Kyambogo University, knowledge and skills for service.
Is a unique programs and leadership position in the fields of engineering education, vocational studies, teacher education, special needs education. There we are the leading university in Uganda. We take a leading position in the training of teachers and community workers in the areas of special needs education. We are the only institution in Uganda that offers training in sign language interpretation. And so we can leverage our competitive advantage by promoting what we are unique in, so that we attract clients to our institution. And it is the wish of all institutions to have what is unique for them, to avoid this horrible of looking for students applying, they don't apply, you advise, they don't apply. So we have to be competitive in our fields. Now that Mr. Kenneth Mbogo is here, and our keynote address speaker is also around, members, I request that we begin today's session. And let me now invite our graduate student, Madam Linda Anyeko, to come and lead us in a prayer. Any microphone around to pass it on to her? Linda, come over here. Let's rise up for a prayer.
Thank you very much. Let us humble ourselves and we pray. Heavenly Father, we want to appreciate you. We want to say thank you for a time like this. God, we thank you, God, for your direction, for your leading, for your guidance, Father, that you began with us since yesterday. As Lord, we are all here for the same purpose, O God, my Father, for taking, O Lord God, the studies to another level, Father. We continuously, Lord God, pray that may you guide us and give us more inner knowledge, O God, understanding, Father, King of all glory. We thank you for every participant, O Lord my God. We thank you, Lord my Father, for facilitators. We thank you for everyone around here, O God. And we pray, God, that this day again, we are putting it before you, God. May you lead every program, O God. May you lead every session. We thank you, Father, King of all kings. And Lord, my God, at to the end of this program, we know you are the God taking the lead. We thank you. We pray all this in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Linda. Now we are under God's protection. Let me now invite Mr. Kenneth Mbogo to bring us to speed of what transpired yesterday. Kenneth, welcome.
Colleagues, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I understand we didn't prepare the breakfast you ate, but greet me properly. Good morning, everyone. How are we? Yes, thank you so much. Like he said, I thank you so much, Mr. Ngabirano. I'm Kenneth Mbogo Buffalo, the only international name in Africa that every country has it with the same meaning of a buffalo. Clap for me. Thank you. Yesterday was our first day in history of the 10th Interdisciplinary Conference, and we don't take it for granted. Let's clap for God. Because it is because of God's mercy that you had journey mercies to here, moved well. Even our colleagues who were sick yesterday are smiling today. Clap for him once again. Was that magical, a miracle that a person is sick and 10 hours is now okay? Every person said and agreed that the meals were fine. Do you agree? Clap for the kitchen team. You see, every person needs to be appreciated. We are speaking because of the ICT. Let's clap for them. I'm starting with a certain rank until I reach where I want. The room is beautiful. Decorators, clap for them. Okay. We are different countries, a destiny, and different denominations here. The truth is, this is a special conference. Colleagues from Nigeria, stand up. Yeah. You see now I'm the in charge. Now that you are only two, we are going to go back to ECD. I come from ECD department and my boss is here. You are going to dance with us. Put your phones down. When we say a good one, you clap once, right? Others clap. A good one, a better one, and the best. There I don't simply clap. For you, don't simply look like that. You twist your waists. Hey. A good one, a better one, and the best. Wow, you can sit. Kenya, stand up. For you are going to copy, but don't copy and paste. Copy, edit, then paste. Kenya, stand up. Are we there? The Kenya team? Okay. You see, conference where we speak to nations without the presidents. Are we there? Kenya, now we have to pick a call for you. A good one, a better one, and the best. Thank you so much. Now we go. TZ, where are you? They decided to abscond. No. Liberia, stand up. Why did you sit together even? When you come for this conference, even the word is international. So you do separate from the door and look for another person of another country. But still stand up. A good one, better one, and the best. Are you trees? For you? Yeah, inside the heart you are shaking. Okay? Okay, thank you. You can sit, colleagues from Ghana, Liberia, Ghana. You stand up. You are alone. Compete with none. Do it to the best. A good one, a better one, and the best. Yes, you see, even when you are alone in class, they put position and you wonder whether teachers are okay. Because so do we say you were last or best? Nobody knows. The answer is you are the first and the last student. So you can take 2 trophies in that nature. Okay. Now, any other international country I haven't mentioned? Colleagues from Sierra Leone, are you here? They must be online. Other countries are on the... Okay. Uganda, we stand up. Yay. Uganda. Okay, now others clap for us also, and you see how it feels to be few. We have been clapping. You see what we go through when you clap for many people. Do one, a better one, and the best. Yeah, you can sit. Yeah, thank you so much. We welcome you to our Day 2 conference. I'm Buffalo Mbogo. Yesterday, I should thank the team from the Secretariat, Protocol, Scientific, but also reaching our side of the MCs. Work was very good. We had the VC, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Katununka, but also our guest of honor. I think they responded properly to our call and their presentation was okay. We appreciate everything, but also top management played a great role. Yesterday, to report to you as a reflection, we had at least 50 papers plus presented. For me now, okay? At times the teacher is caught in their own game. And it's okay. So, colleagues, in the trail of yesterday, some members did not know where to go. Today we have marked the rooms of presentation, and we shall be taking you to those rooms. For example, people of 104, we had the people who went and waited for meals, but they are waiting for a presentation. 104 is our dining hall. So when you go there, sorry, someone had to wait and said, but nobody is coming. I said, yes, you are alone. You go to the opposite room. So we are going to improve in that nature. But also we were able to work well with the medical center and the alert. Whoever was sent there, they did the best. This is an alert to our other colleagues here who are having a vehicle or vehicles not registered with the Kyambogo. As you go out still, come to us. Such as maybe we'll give you access cards to save you from such. Members, don't simply leave phones here. Yesterday we had only one case. where a person left their phone and they were looking for it, but they had it in the bag. And she was like, I'm worried. I said, you are worried because you have the phone with you. And in the end, she laughed. She said, maybe they'll it. It's not about a time lag. The smile you go away with when you realize you are looking for what you have. Today, as we start the day, yesterday we had a very good turn up. Even today, our presenters are available. There is a hiccup we had in the program that some presenters who appear in the abstract book actually did not appear there. It is being also handled today. We are committed to making sure everyone presents. Regarding certificates, we are making sure everything is available. To those who were sleeping in places they didn't agree to, I was able to change a few. Hope where you're located. And I realized in the evening that someone was complaining about size of the room, but after putting them in the hotel, they said, yeah, at least there is beer here. So I realized it wasn't about the size of the room. It was about absence of beer. It's okay. Enjoy Uganda. This is the power of Africa. Unless otherwise, I wish you the best of this day. And the next to me will be the Vice Chancellor. I want also to hear from you. Do you have areas you want us to improve? We have a single day to proceed, but also a full day to complete together. Are there some areas you would prefer us that we should touch with either editing, an addition, or an adjustment? Speak to us. I heard them clapping because the Vice Chancellor was entering. And because I told them to clap, I told them to clap again because the Vice had entered. Good children? Good children? Did he know we are talking about him? Are you sure? Okay. I wish you the best of this day. Next, I want to give to our other person. Today is a day of this color to the team of speakers. Yes, clap for her. If you don't know her, she's going to get the microphone to take on the next session after me. Blessed day, nice meals. For any other inquiry, feel free to stop me wherever you see me. I'm available like the wind you move with. Bye-bye.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. Is that enough? Good morning once again. Thank you very much. That is better. My name is Jennifer Sibo. I am the Senior Communications Officer of Kyambogo University, and I am glad to be the one to chair this session. I'm very privileged and humbled. The session of our keynote address, Building a Sustainable Research Culture in an Institution with Limited Capacity. And I am glad to welcome our Vice Chancellor, Professor Eli Katunguka Rwachishaya, who is going to be our keynote speaker this morning. And I want to humbly introduce the Vice Chancellor, Professor Eli Katunguka Rwachishaya. Professor Katunguka Rwachishaya is a professor of veterinary medicine, and he holds a PhD in veterinary parasitology. Professor Katunguka began his career way back in 1979, where he was a teaching assistant in Makerere University, where he grew up to the rank of a full professor. Professor Katunguka Rwachishaya is the distinguished leader in research and research management, and as a director of research and graduate training at Makerere University, he attracted large research grants and project funds from development partners. Professor Katunguka served as the chairman of Eastern African Research and Innovations Management Association for many years, and he is the founder of Uganda Research and Innovations Management Association. Professor Katunguka is the Executive Director of Africa Foundation for Research and Innovations Capacity Development, Executive Member of the International Accreditation Council of the Southern African Research and Innovation Management Association, is the Chairperson of the Steering Committee of CEDA Research Capacity Building Program, that is then while at Makerere University. Professor Katunguka has published many books, and while here at Kyambogo, where he came in 2004, Professor joined this university in 2014 as the first Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academic affairs, and in the same year, he acted as the Vice Chancellor of Kyambogo University. Then from 2014, that was 2014 to 2017, and in May 2017, he was appointed as a substantive Vice Chancellor, a position he holds up to date. When he was appointed as the Vice Chancellor as a member of Council, that is the time Council approved the research grants of academic staff at Kyambogo University. Every year, Council set aside a research grant for academic staff to apply and win the grant so that he improves the research capacity of the university. With that introduction, I humbly request our professor to come and give us a keynote address. And as he comes, please, let's give him a hand clap.
So I can control it from here. This computer. Hello? Good. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Another very good welcome to all of you and our guests from Kenya, from Nigeria, and from outside this university. You are most welcome. I want to spend a few minutes talking to us about how to build a sustainable research culture in institutions that have low research capacity. And this is something that has been passionate to me. As Jennifer introduced me, I joined this university in 2014. By that time, the university was only 11 years old, and in the life of a university, 11 years is really nothing. It's still at the same level. And I came in after serving in Makerere for about 34 years, where I served as the Dean of Vet Medicine and then Director for Research and Graduate Training for about 10 years. So what I'm talking about is something that I've been doing for a long time, and I have passion for it. So, as introduced, my name is Katunguka Arwachaya. If you find that one too long, you can call me Eli or Eli. And been in this university for the last 10 years now, 11 years. When we talk about research, what do we mean? I mean, I'm talking to some people already converted, but there are some people who are new to this area. This is a planned, structured investigation to gain new knowledge. And I emphasize gaining new knowledge because it is common knowledge that we tend to copy and paste and repeat studies that have been done. And if a study has been done and done well, there's no need to do it again. So it's a movement from the known to the unknown, and it aims at discovering new facts, their correct interpretation, and solving problems. So the research we do should be intended to give us new knowledge, new facts, their correct interpretation, and should be aimed at solving problems of society. This applies particularly to academic research, which you know, many of you who supervise graduate students. Problem identification is very important. And the research you should do should be able to contribute to the existing body of knowledge. When I talk about a research culture, I'm talking about the beliefs, the values, the norms that shape how research is conducted and experienced in an institution. And it encompasses everything from attitudes, collaboration and career paths, and use of resources. What is the research culture of the institution? How do members of staff perceive it? How do they collaborate? How do they use the resources? And how do they account for those resources? That defines the culture, the things they do around the area of research. I want to refer the state of higher education in Africa. Over the last 15 years, there has been massive expansion of higher education institutions on the continent. I just took a brief search and I found that, for example, in Nigeria now, they have 262 universities. In Kenya, they have 129. In South Africa, 123. In Ghana, 70 universities. And back home here in Uganda, we now have 69 universities. And this expansion happened only in the last 15 years. What happened in many countries, including sometimes in Uganda, what used to be colleges or polytechnics, the politicians woke up one morning and declared them universities. From that date on, they became universities. And in the case of Kyambogo University, this was largely an institute for teacher education, which was combined with a polytechnic, which was largely for training technicians of the industry, and then Special Needs Institute, which was supposed to be providing facilities to aid people with disabilities access education. So in the mandates of all these institutions, research was nowhere. You had to produce teachers and technicians and provide technologies that assist people with disabilities to learn. All of a sudden, in 2003, they were supposed to become a university and start publishing and competing with other institutions. That was a big task. And we have been struggling to build a research culture since then. When you look at the student enrollment, the students in these universities keep increasing every year. And if it were not for high fees or high tuition, the number of students would be much higher. But many cannot afford, because most of these institutions are private universities. In Uganda, we have about 12 public universities, and the rest 57 are private. And for them, their main focus is income generation. When you look at what they are doing in these institutions, they are only teaching, largely, and no research. They have very limited research. We find research in a number of public institutions and very few private institutions. And when you find out what they are teaching, you want to interrogate whether they are teaching sciences or humanities in these new universities. Many of them shy away from sciences because science education is very expensive. You need laboratories, you need equipment, you need reagents, and you need technicians. Many of them cannot afford this. So they prefer to teach arts and humanities, history, geography, literature, and English, because those you don't need a lot of facilities and input. When you look at the state of research funding in higher education institutions, it is largely low. There's a low level of research funding. That's why in Kyambogo, we managed to convince our council to put aside some money to start the process of building a research culture. So why should a university care about research? Any institution worth its name as a university should do research to create new knowledge, to be able to attract high-level academic staff from other institutions, to be able to contribute to societal development through the research and the findings they come up with, and to be innovative. Now governments are looking at universities to be the sources of solutions for the challenges that they face. And all this we do for the benefit of the community, for the benefit of our societies. I'll talk a little bit more about this. So what approaches do I consider appropriate for building a research culture? One of them is in-house training workshops. You must come up with in-house training workshops and train staff in how to write grant-winning proposals. Train them how to write grant applications. We give them the tips on how good quality application looks like. And also train them in research project management. These in-house training workshops are good and they attract many people. And you, out of the number you train, you may get some people who are so keen to take it forward. You also train them on how to find research funding. Because these days, many philanthropic organizations give out money. Their duty is to give out money. And their success is determined by how much money they have given out. And they give out calls regularly. And these calls, people put together applications and apply for this money. However, the success rate in these applications is very low, about 2 to 4%, which is very discouraging in many cases. So you, as an institution, you need to subscribe to databases, for example, Research Africa, and these databases give you information about calls, about areas where the money is, so that you can apply. We also train people on how to budget for research projects. We find that many people are not good at budgeting, very poor at budgeting, especially scientists. They don't know how to budget. They cannot budget for the inputs they want to do the research. They cannot budget for what they require in terms of travel and what. And that's why there is a new field of research managers which is coming up for these people to help researchers come up with appropriate budgets. But we train people in how to budget. Another area we train people is in scientific writing and communication. A researcher must be able to communicate what they find and to write scientifically so that their findings can be communicated and published and acknowledged as a contribution to science. And in most of these cases, we tend to focus or we should focus on young, upcoming lecturers or assistant lecturers, because those are going to be the foundation of the institution. What we are starting to find is that when people grow in academia and come up to high level, they tend not to do research. Why? Because many of them do research so that they can be promoted. And once they become professors, there is no more incentive to do research, apart from supervising graduate students and publishing with them and keeping active in the academic field. When you look at these other professors in Europe, you work with a professor who has about 290 publications, and yet he's pushing you to publish so that he can add to that list of 200, 300 publications. But here, when you have 2 or 3, you go singing about it on the streets. And you want to be promoted because you have 2 papers. So we want to focus more on young, upcoming lecturers so that we can build a cadre of future researchers. And we teach them on how to write proposals. This is key for every researcher. You must learn how to write a proposal. And this is a written presentation of an intended research, specifying the problem, the purpose, the scope, the methodology, and the budget. And sometimes, depending on the core, it may require a synopsis or a summary or an abstract. But you must put your ideas succinctly, clearly, what you want to do, how you want to do it, and how much you need to do that work. Some proposals can be solicited and others are unsolicited. You may have an idea and you go out looking for somebody who can fund it. Or you may wait for calls and then you respond to them. And then there are proposals which are institutional capacity building proposals. The institution come up with a proposal, approaches a funder, you are funded, and you do research. And then academic proposals for masters and PhDs. That's what we normally do in our institutions. In many of our trainings, we tend to share with our trainees what a good proposal looks like. I like this slide because it summarizes everything you need to know. 1, a good proposal answers the following questions. What do you want to do? What is the idea that you are selling? How important is it? If it's not funded, what will happen? If nothing will happen to those that may not fund it. So what is the idea that you want to do? The idea must be good, must be unique, and must be defendable. Why do you want to do it? What's the problem you want to address? How is it related to the previous researches and preliminary studies? So why do you want to do this? Can you convince the funder that it is important for that funder to release his or her money to fund your idea? And who is going to do this? We're interested in the capacity of the people going to do this work. And how are you going to do it? What methods are you going to use? You may have a good idea, but you don't know how to do it. You may have a good idea, but you don't have the people to do the work. Because when you look at their CVs or their resume, they are not impressive. And when do you want to do this? Many of us in universities are preoccupied with a lot of teaching. So if you have 15 hours a week, when are you going to do this work? Can you convince me that you will have time outside your work schedule to be able to do this work? Where are you going to do it? Why is it important to do this work where you are proposing? And what will be the outcome of this work that you want funded? Who will benefit from it? Most of the funders want you to have proposals that benefit the marginalized communities, people with disabilities, women, and children. Nobody talks about men, because they think they have been privileged in many ways. So either men or children or people with disabilities. and the inputs, the budget. You must be able to show that you know how much you require to do this work. Another approach we have found is to have research seminars for departmental members of staff. In the department, in the faculty, you need to hold regular seminars involving both senior and junior staff. This is the culture that should be cultivated. The junior and the senior staff working together, and not the senior staff looking down upon the junior staff, because you are going to be working with these people to uplift them. Have regional retreats with clear outputs from such retreats and evaluate them. And then have a forum where you can discuss proposals from junior staff and build confidence of fair treatment and respect. You know, you find there are institutional politics, and there are some people who want to be respected and feared, so they don't want to engage in discussions with junior staff. That's too junior. I don't work with them. But if you're in an institution and you want to build a culture, you must bring these people on board. And then sometimes you develop moot review panels where you have groups reviewing proposals of others and giving feedback. As an institution, we must invest in an environment in support of research. Which is this environment? You must have clear policies. The research and innovations policy, the intellectual property management policy, the grants management policy. All these policies define how research is done in the institution. Who does the research, who benefits from it, and all that should be clear. Then as an institution, we must build ICT infrastructure and science laboratories. There's no way you can do scientific research without ICT infrastructure and science laboratories. ICT infrastructure is becoming very critical for all institutions. The other day I said with COVID, we were able to develop ICT infrastructure so that we can keep communicating with our students, and that infrastructure should be maintained. We must develop library resources, including e-resources. And sometimes these resources are very expensive, so you may need to team up with other institutions to share electronic resources. But you must have these resources. Some of these are so important. A paper that was published yesterday can be accessed today. In the past, you had to wait for so long to get the copy of this paper. But now it is electronic and you can get it. Then funding for research. Funding for research is not something that many people want to engage in. Especially these philanthropists can find people who are interested in their money and they apply and get their money. So they may not go for these institutions which don't have capacity to write proposals for them. So as institutions, we need to develop small competitive grants. That's what I did in Kyambogo. I convinced council, give us some money so that we can have small grants for members of staff who want to do research. And we got money and we gave out calls. If your proposal is for science, we give you up to about $10,000 to $15,000. If it is for arts and humanities, you get about 10, maybe less than $10,000, because we know that your inputs are not high. You may want to debate this one, but it's okay. And then we also subscribe to databases. These databases provide information about funding opportunities, which every researcher wants. And then what would be encouraging is team up as universities to write joint projects following calls. And this is one of the focus of many philanthropists. They want to fund universities across different countries. They don't want to fund universities in the same country, but they want university in Kenya, university in Uganda, university in Rwanda to come together and submit a joint project. And that can be challenging because you may not know somebody on the other side, and somebody on the other side may not know you, but you are now encouraged to work together to apply for a grant. And sometimes you may need to approach development partners and engage their home universities, work with their home universities. They prefer to fund their own home universities, and you can work with them in a group or in a team, and then you are able to publish with them. There are many countries which have national research funding bodies, and those bodies, I don't know, I think Kenya has a national research fund, South Africa has one. We have been trying to encourage our leaders here to establish a national research fund where money can be put and people can apply for money and do research that is important for our national development. Because as I will show you later on, there is no funder these days who want to give you money that is going to benefit the research for your country. They give you money that provide results which they are interested in and not for you. Which is their money anyway. You can't begrudge them. Another area we have been quite emphatic about is the development of graduate programs. These are masters and PhDs, because we are aware that most research in institutions is done by graduate students, masters and PhDs. And there is also clear information from research that the research output of an institution is clearly correlated to the number of PhDs in that institution. Because if you have a high number of PhDs, these have the capacity to develop proposals, to supervise graduate students, and to publish with them. So that's one area we have been quite emphatic, because when I came into this university, there was predominance of diploma programs. Everything was diploma. From the Polytechnic, from ITech, and we started saying, no, let us phase out these diplomas. And we phased out a number of them. Then we said, let us develop graduate programs. And we started developing master's and PhD programs. And focus on young, promising students. Maybe if you identify them in their final year of study or immediately after graduation. One other thing I introduced in Kyambogo is a graduate fellow scheme, where we identify the best students, graduating students, and give them an opportunity to be recruited in the university. The very best, first class, second class, upper. And we have created a crop of young people who are going to be the future professors. Because I want you to know that the number of professors in our universities is low. I remember when I came into office, my chancellor challenged me and said, you must go out and look for professors. I asked him, where do I look? There was no clear answer. The largest number of professors with PhDs in Uganda are in Makerere. And Makerere is not willing to release them. We have very few here. So you know where I ended up? I ended up in Chuba. You know where Chuba is? Very far. Looking for professors. And we wanted to develop a scheme where we can bring them in. We had this information that the Chubans were important in setting up Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and they started it and ran it for some time. So we said, let's try them. So we went to Chuba with my chairman of council and chairperson of appointments board. We encouraged them to give us their resume. When we looked at what they gave us, many of them were master's holders. We said, if you are master's holders, we can't make you professors in Uganda. Because there we need somebody with a PhD, with so many years of work experience. So the project failed. We came back. So we've been thinking of how to build our own professors, and that's how we came up with the graduate fellowship scheme. Because many people who started as graduate fellows have gone through the ranks over the years. So we have this scheme where we have now recruited about 120 students. 60 of them have already graduated with their masters and their assistant lecturers. And some of them have already graduated with their PhDs in a period of 4 years. Because these students are so intelligent, very bright. Give them an opportunity, they will take it and grow very quickly. Then we train staff on how to supervise graduate students. In these competitive schemes that I came up with, one of the conditions was that you must identify a master student and attach him or her to your project. The aim of that was to encourage members of staff to learn how to supervise graduate students. Supervision of graduate students remains a major challenge in our institutions, largely because of the attitude of the staff and the laziness of the students. Some members of staff think that the best way to supervise these students is to torture them, because they were tortured when they were doing their masters and PhDs. So they torture these students, they mistreat them, but we train them that you must develop a relationship with these students, a good relationship. Find a member of staff telling a student, you find me at the car washing on Saturday morning. What are you going to do with the student at the car washing bay on Saturday morning? You should be supervising the student from the institution and keep a record of everything that you talk about, both yourself and the student. And some students just disappear. You never hear anything about them. And after about 4 years, 5 years, they come with a dissertation. They said, I want you to endorse this one. Which one? Where did you do it? Who supervised you? Nothing. So I think we need to develop our capacity to supervise graduate students if we are going to be successful. And then develop mentorship programs where we twin a senior staff with a junior staff and they work together to develop the young career students. It's very interesting because I think I consider myself one of the very lucky people, because I graduated from Makerere in 1980. 1982, I got a scholarship, European, by then it was EEC, European Economic Commission. Then I went to Dublin, did my master's in Dublin, Ireland. After that, after 4 years, I went and did my PhD in the University of Glasgow. And the people I worked with in the University of Glasgow, we are still in touch up to now, after 20 years. And they are my mentors. I still talk to them. They still consult me. We are now all old people, but we are still helping each other to grow. And that's the relationship you should develop with your student. Because at the end of the day, you are going to be their mentor, and you are going to help them grow. And once you do that, that will be a plus for you. And then minimize institutional politics. You know, universities are political hotbeds. Conflict. If somebody is supervising this student, I'll make sure that he doesn't pass. If this student comes, we must fail them. That kind of culture is wrong. And it must be, I don't know what word to use. Because if you are supervising a student and you tell the student that as long as you are here, you will never graduate, what are you doing? It's an embarrassment to you as a supervisor. And sometimes you don't know how people react. There is a story of a supervisor who told this student in South Africa, Nivits, that as long as I'm here, you will never graduate. And the guy had been working on his PhD for 6.5 years. And I think his wires went off. He went home. Their father had a gun. He picked his gun and came and killed the professor in the office. And then handed himself off to the police. And the police charged him with manslaughter, not murder, because he had been provoked. So you need to develop this relationship with these students. And then incentives for research conduct. When we want to promote the research culture, we must give people incentives for conducting research. What is in it for me? I think that's what most people ask. We are doing this, but what is in it for me? So as an institution, we must develop incentives for research conduct. For example, you may allow members of staff to spend 20% of their time on research. If they're working a number of hours per week, you may give them lesser load so that they may spend some time doing research. When they write grants and win, you can allow them to keep some of the money as researchers or as PIs or in the department for departmental growth. And this is what we have done. We have recently passed a grants policy, and we have included this in the grant policy, that if you win a grant, some of it will be kept by the PI and some of it will be kept by the department. Then you create a research office. We have created a research office. And this office is to support young upcoming researchers, to arrange regular in-house training workshops, and also just look around for grant opportunities and share those opportunities with staff. So this office would help put together teams where required, because sometimes writing a grant application cannot be done by an individual. You have to put together a team of people to share ideas, to work together, and then write a fundable proposal. And then provide publication avenues. Many institutions now have publication outlets in form of journals, or these days you can have a physical journal, an online journal, and many institutions have these. And the institution should be able to recognize the publications by members of staff in these journals. That means that if you are going to have an institutional journal, it must have credible, what do they call them, editors. Credible people sit on the editorial board and not publish this paper because it is produced by a friend of mine. But the editorial board should be such that it can only allow publication of good articles, an article that can be presented to the appointments board for promotion. Another area we have found useful is mentor matchmaking. Find out members of staff who are willing to work with the young people, twin them together, train them. These mentees, young people, should be trained. Because once you come to work with me, there are certain things I expect you to do. One of them is time management. You must respect my time. When we say we are going to meet at 10, let it be at 10. Or at least 5 past 10. But don't come at midday and then tell me there was traffic. You knew there was traffic. Or just disappear and you never show up. Completely. Not even send a message that I'm not able to come. And I wait for you for 2 hours and you don't show up. So if you're a mentee, there are certain things you need to do with the mentor so that you can have a good working relationship. And normally mentors should not expect to be paid. This is a senior member of staff who feels it is his or her pride to mentor a young person. And in many cases, you don't expect to be paid. So what have we done in Kyambogo to build a research culture? We developed a research agenda. I'm sorry that slide is crowded. We developed a research agenda, which we tried to involve everybody in the university, including agricultural productivity, food security, value addition, education policy and management, environmental and natural resources management, good governance, security and justice, all those in our research agenda. This was to allow members of staff to find an area where they are comfortable and can develop a proposal. And for those who want to apply for our competitive research grants, we encourage them to look at this agenda. Of course, it's not conclusive, but there is also, you need to look at sustainable development goals. that declaration by UN, no hunger, no poverty, no nothing. I don't know whether we're achieving it. And peace and security everywhere, which is still eluding us. Recently, our president directed that no more export of raw materials, whether agricultural or minerals, they must be processed here. So we are called upon as universities to do research on value addition in our agricultural products and also in our minerals. The president has been quite emphatic about curriculum review. When you teach agricultural students, what do you teach them? Produce coffee, cotton, maize. But you never teach them about what you can get from these products in the form of value addition so that you can make more money as a country. This is going back to the colonial times. They wanted us to produce more coffee so that they take it. Produce more cotton so that they take it. Produce everything so that they take it. And add value from their side. And then sell those products back to us at a much higher cost. So the president has said we must do research on value addition on these products, and we're not going to export any raw materials. That did not come down well with our friends in the West, because they are still interested in, what is the word? Exploiting Africa to the core. And our African leaders, some of them are very embarrassing. Recently, Congo signed a contract with Trump to give him unlimited access to all their minerals. So Trump is now in charge of minerals in Congo. He can come in and mine as he wants because he said he brokered the peace between Congo government and M23. So that entitles him to unlimited access to all minerals. And if you see what Trump is doing, he's trying to be economical and trying to exploit these rare minerals, which they never have in America. Africa is endowed with these minerals. Other areas of interest the government has identified is oil and gas. We are fortunate that we discovered oil and gas, but we have been waiting for it to come out of the ground. It has not come out. So we hope at some point it will come out and we shall see it. Tourism, minerals. Minerals is a big thing. So many minerals in this country. Iron ore. In many places of Uganda, they have iron ore, and you can make steel from these iron ores. There's a story that there was one Muzungu who wanted to buy iron ore and buy soil and take it abroad to process it from there. And he was going to be making about 20 times the cost of what he was going to spend here. The government said, no, you cannot take our oil, our soil. So the president wants us to do research there. ICT business, water resources, industrialization, agriculture, do research to increase production, productivity, and value addition. Human resources, how can we train human resources for our countries? Urban development, which is becoming a big thing. Everybody is moving out of the villages. They're coming to towns. So where are they living? What state of accommodation is available for our urban communities? If you happen to be going around town in the evening, in the night, all our towns are full of young people. They have all come from the villages. They want to be in town. But what are we doing in terms of research, especially engineers, architects, to provide appropriate, sustainable housing for our young people? And then another area of research is peace, security, and good governance. Our government has emphasized that there must be peace for anything to develop. And the way the government is protecting the peace is by limiting the number of arms available to the population. If If you listen to the president, he can say, you can do anything you want, but don't pick a gun. If you pick a gun, then you are inviting a fight. So he's very emphatic about peace. But how can we do research to ensure that the country is peaceful going forward? Other efforts I've talked about, competitive research scheme, where the government now gives us some money and the university put in some money. We have had about 171 awards out of 347 applicants. 84 of these are in science and 87 in humanities, and 40 of them are females and 131 are males. You can see there is still some gap in our females approaching to do research. When you talk about our females, they tell you that they have many problems. I remember one time when I was in Makerere, I wrote a proposal for Carnegie. And I told them that 40% of these will be, 40% of the beneficiaries will be women, which was very encouraging. I thought I was now going up to promote equity. But the guy in Carnegie picked the phone and called me, said, how are you going to ensure that 40% women get funded? I told him, we have enough women here. He said, that's not enough. He said, you have not learned something about women. I said, what is there to teach me about women? Because I thought I had enough experience with them. He said, women, once you give out a call, they don't respond. That is their nature. So if you want them to respond, you must approach them one by one or in a group alone. So I convened a meeting of women only in Makerere. I was the only man in a group of about 60 women to encourage them to do this. And they applied and we gave them money. So I think we need to, but they have many challenges. Some of them say their husbands don't allow them to handle money. They don't want them to have money. How can a woman have money when I'm broke? Whether it is research money or not, they want some of the money. And they do not want to give them time off to do research. But they say the best way to do research when you are a married man or a married woman is to first put your spouse to bed, and then you can go to the table and do your research. You can see the ladies are laughing there. There's no man who will allow you to put him to bed and you go away. So they have a number of challenges, looking after children, looking after husbands. So that limits their participation in research. We also established a research office, which is coordinating training, coordinating grants availability, and sharing that information. We have also established a research ethics committee. This committee clears the ethical considerations of students and staff who want to do research. Because we have a policy in this country that any research must be cleared by the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. And that council has delegated that responsibility to us to do it in-house. I talked about development of master's programs. Right now we are running 49 master's programs and 15 PhD programs. And the number is slowly increasing. Members of staff are appreciating this because when they have these programs, they can supervise the students and then use the number of students supervised for promotion. So it's a plus for them. We have an ambitious staff development program. I think this university is the only one that supports members of staff to go and do their PhDs abroad. So we have many students in South Africa, in Kenya, where I mentioned the universities in Kenya, Egerton, University of Eldoret, Kenyatta, and in Tanzania, University of Dar es Salaam, where we send many of our students to do their studies. And we have seen through these staff development initiatives, we have seen an increased number of staff with PhDs. Right now we have about staff with PhDs about 300 out of 428 full-time staff. And the gap there is largely by the graduate fellows whom we recruited recently, and they have not got their PhDs. So these are some of the initiatives we have had, and we have seen a shift in the research culture, but we still have a long way to go. Long way to go, because in order to do research, you must be comfortable somehow. You must have enough money in the pocket. You must have enough money to leave home for your wife to buy food. If there is no such money, you cannot engage in research and be peaceful. So we tell our people that in order for you to succeed, you must persevere. You must persevere. Many of our members of staff submit one application. When it is not funded, they give up. I say, those fellows cannot give you money. But you have just submitted one. When we talk about these other institutions, they submit 15 proposals and get one funded. For you have just submitted one and you have given up. So you must keep a clear vision of your goal at all times. Keep consideration of the steps that need to be taken to reach your goal, and have the patience. You must be patient and consistent in the work. Just like some of these quotes, success is nothing more than going from failure to failure with undiminished enthusiasm. You fail once, you fail twice, 3 times, but you keep going. I remember some of the people who have become presidents after standing for 8 times. Can you imagine standing for 8 times and failing? And on the 9th time you get it. When you get it, the other times you failed are all forgotten. And then this one. God gives everybody its worm, but he does not throw it in its nest. So we must go out and look for research funds. We must go out and publish in order to improve the research culture of our institutions. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Another round of applause to our professor. With his expertise, we wouldn't have had any better presenter for the research, given his research management for many years. Is that clap enough? I will now invite questions, and I think I'll take questions in sets so that he can be able to respond to them, also in sets. Can I have 5 questions first, and then he'll respond to them? And comments? Any question, any comment? Please pass on the microphone.
Good morning, everybody. Prof, I'm quite impressed with the lecture you delivered. It's quite wonderful. And of course, I was recently appointed the head of research for the consortium. And from what I learned here, I know you are going to be of great help to us, because it seems as most of the things you talked about here is quite what is supposed to be our mandate. So, and see, they have representatives in the research team. Mount Kenya University, they have COU, University of Makeni, and Eldoret, University of Eldoret. So, and yes, I'm just making a comment because we need your mentorship, because you've seen it all. So from time to time, I and we'll be consulting you for advice because, like you even pointed out, that as a consortium, we can, write proposals together. So it carries a lot of weight. So, and we need this lecture. Maybe I don't know, the whole universities that make up the consortium, we need, I don't know, the organizing committee, it has to be shared to the member universities because this is a very powerful lecture. And in fact, I enjoyed 100% of it. 100% of it. Because that's what a university should be about. And he has said it all. Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. So let that lecture be available, So thank you.
Thank you so much. Pass on to the lady next to you.
Thank you again, Professor Eli, and greetings to everybody here. Immediately
That's your name.
Okay, my
and
name
where
is...
you're coming from. I'm sorry.
My name is Professor Ngozi Joe Ikechebel. I come from Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. I'm a professor of community medicine and primary health care with a subspecialty in community-based research approach. That's where I did my doctoral program at University of Victoria, Canada. Thank you for your presentation, sir. It was beautiful. It was succinct and it was to the point. If you look at most of the keywords, we're talking about sustainability. And this is what we need in sub-Saharan Africa presently. Immediately your title came up, I tapped my colleague and said, look at this. And if you notice, sorry, we've been whispering and whispering as your lecture was going on because there were so many things that were unique. And this is what, at a point, there was something he said. I said, at this stage, we need implementation. We come to conferences, we present beautiful things, the implementation. This collaboration, Inter-University Consortium Africa, is an opportunity that we can leverage on to start, to initiate all that we're talking about, sustainability. Sir, this consortium will need your support at every level. If at your level, you put on this, and there was a place you talked about politics. So politics at every level, because when women see that politics coming on, what do? They withdraw. They just withdraw because all those issues, they may not be ready for it. I want to say that this is also a place where we can talk about women supporting women. I was talking with some other ladies when we were having lunch, and the lady from Kenya made a point, said something about women not supporting women. We must be intentional about supporting one another because that is the only way we can move. When you see a woman trying to rise against barrier, other women behind and with, still on the same level, is an opportunity for us to support one another because we know that we have men as allies that will help bring us up. So that is what I want to talk about. And when we're talking about sustainability, my presentation yesterday was on community-based research. Community-based research has been practiced in global north countries for over 3 decades. And when you're talking about sustainability and equity, that is where you need community-based research because it works with community members. It's different from community engagement. You work with community members who have the knowledge that you need, but not the academics coming to push their knowledge on them. When you work with them as co-knowledge producers, they tell you the information. You said something in your slide that your president is talking about. Let's look for ways to do this, to do that, to do that. The information, the knowledge is with those community members in the village, in the rural communities. They were doing this. So we had colonization. How can we partner with them to give us this information so that when we work with them, they sustain it even at the end of the funding, assuming that group got funding. Beyond funding, they can still continue. And when you work with them, when you publish papers, you write their name too because they followed you to bring the knowledge. That is what community-based research is all about. It's bottom to top approach. You are working with community members, not working on them. That is not equity. When you work with them as co-knowledge producers, that is equity. When you work on them because you feel that as the academician you have the knowledge, is wrong. That is inequity. So for sustainability to be sustained, to be produced, we need that equity. Thank you once again, Professor Eli, for your presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you very much. My name is Ahmed Ferej. I come from the University of Eldoret, and I feel compelled to make a response and a comment on the presentation of our longest serving Vice Chancellor in the summit of the consortium. I believe, no, I'm quite correct, Prof. You are the longest serving now within the consortium, and therefore you have very strong institutional memory. And having been there with you from the beginning, I would like to state for the record that the consortium was not only about international conferences. It was just one of the objectives of the consortium. There are about 5 or 6 other very strong objectives, and one of them is relationship between students in the member universities, relationship between lecturers, and staff exchange, student exchange, quite a few nice things, and multidisciplinary across universities, teams working together. Unfortunately, there have been constraints, and I'm not going to go into why we haven't reached those targets. We've been very successful with conferences. This is the 10th, and we have been in existence for 13 years. So we should have had 13, but there was COVID in between that created problems. But you can see 10 out of 13 is very successful. So what I would like to say for the record is that we are very lucky that the longest serving Vice Chancellor is going to be our chairperson in the next year. And with that, and with the background he has, and knowing the problems we've had throughout the history of this consortium, I would like to really impress upon him that it is a wonderful opportunity for him to really push the other agendas of the consortium. It is really time that we did that, because we have been glossing over the other issue is to try the last speaker spoke 3 times as long. Is it because of women thing? I'm sorry about that. Just one more, just the last point. You even made me lose there. Let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give. Those are three.
Thank you, Prof. My name is Erwin Wagonkwa from Nema University in Liberia. We are beginners when it comes to research. And I get to understand that research is one of the surest ways of proving truth or lies. After sourcing information and establishing that certain claims are not as applicable as stated, is there any possibility for the consortium to assist in the process of communicating funding to authorities in charge in a given region? Like in the case of Liberia, IMO capital is taken very heavily. Politicians seem to have too much interest in building HIMO capacity. And then that was inscribed into the parliamentarians' decision to pass the Education Reform Act of 2011 and the Sustainable Development Goal of 2015, that is SDG Goal 4C. But when we conducted an investigation, the finding shows that the Sustainable Development Goal 4C is not applicable in a district with like 8 secondary schools. None of the schools had qualified teachers for a given subject in which the study was conducted. So how can this kind of report be communicated to the requisite authority? That's what I want to get clarity from your institution if there's any help. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the fourth. Let's please be mindful of the time if we want the questions answered and Professor to respond to us. So I will have the fifth. If Professor, I can go against my word and allow the sixth, since they are the only hand, now there are many. Okay, let's go with the 5 questions, and then he first responds to those. And then if time allows, we go back to the next.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Bob Sinclair. I'm from Nema University. You have been very wonderful in presenting to us about research. There are some things that caught my attention. You talk about most private universities focusing on profit making. They focus on profit making, and that is true with some of our universities in Liberia. And then you talk about the culture of research. And that is very important for us. We are far behind. So my question has to do with, now how do we work together to promote the culture of research in our universities? Like in where I come from, people hardly talk about research. The faculty are not encouraged to publish. So how do we work together to help us so that it can be a culture in our university and then people be involved in research? Because that's it, like you said, that's the way you will be trained to people that you are learning and progressing, so that you will not fade away. Because if you don't publish, you'll be fading away in your area of expertise. So my question is, how do you help us to build progress in that area so that that culture can be developed in our area? Thank you very much.
We shall allow Professor to first respond to those first 5 sets. The lady who was helping me with my microphone, please hold it there where you are.
Thank you very much. The first 3 were comments. They were not questions, so I'll not answer them. But thank you very much for your comments, my colleague from Nigeria, the lady and the gentleman, and Professor Farage. Now, there's a question from a gentleman who talked about information concerning SDGs. I didn't get exactly what it was, maybe we can sit together at tea time and I get to know exactly what your concern is, because you talked about SDGs, some of them not being applicable, implementable in your environment. There are teachers who are not there. And this is a common problem in many schools. Even in Uganda, you have some schools that don't have science teachers, but the curriculum must go on. So we can find some more time and discuss it. And then it is true that private universities, many private universities are for profit. They're interested in the profit that they can make. And they're not interested in research, because research does not bring in money. But what is becoming interesting is many of them are now beginning to be interested in being accredited by their national educational systems. And one of the accreditation looks at the publications coming out of the institution. It also looks at the number of PhD holders that you have in the institution. So some institutions are really, that they are hiring these people, putting them in positions so that when the regulators come, they can find them there. After they have found them there, then they can go away. They are trying to beat the system. But to build a research culture is something the institution should be interested in, from the leadership, from the staff, and it can be built by the staff in that institution. You can only get help through the consortium, for example, but the largest part of it will be done by the institution itself. Thank you. The chairman.
Thank you so much, Professor. I have been advised that time is up, but the discussion can continue. You can send in your questions, your comments, and the organizing committee will pass them to the Vice Chancellor. And if it is specific, you can also give us your email, and then the Vice Chancellor will respond to you. Thank you very much. It has been a very good morning with you when I'm sharing the session of a very big man of the shoes that I cannot untie. I invite Professor Kasule, the Dean of Education, to come and hand over the gift to our dear professor.
Yeah, politically, I'm not allowed to receive gifts. Because if I receive it, I may need to declare it to the IGG, Inspector General of Government. So I'll receive it and I'll see how I'll handle it after that.
Thank you very much. I'll invite Mr. Ngavirano to come and take us through the next program. Thank you. I sign out.
Thank you, Jennifer, for that wonderful job. Well done. And thank you, Professor, for that wonderful presentation. The Bible says that a prophet is always not welcome in his home area. So most of the comments came from people outside. I didn't hear anyone from Kyambogo University. Because we know this is our own, we are using to him. Every day we are with him. We don't know how valuable he is to the people outside. So thank you, Prof. My question I put to you when we are at tea time, but I've seen this university ranking, global rankings. I wanted to know how much research contributes towards the university global ranking. And I think that we shall discuss later. Participants, tea is ready. We shall go to our normal, usual room, the dining room. Then after, we shall go to the breakaways. And like yesterday, room 104 is now our dining hall. So those who are supposed to be 104, please go to room 1. It is labeled room 1 along the corridor on the left. Also, CTF 106 is not in use, but we are using room 3 for those who are supposed to be in room 106. Please, room 3 is also there along the corridor, well labeled. Thank you so much. Have a nice break. I thank you. Let's have a prayer for tea. Please come over here.
Let's pray for that. Father, we thank you for what you have brought before us. We ask you to bless it so that it can be for our good health. Amen.
It's stuck on you. You got this feeling down deep in my soul, and I just can't get them on my way. Eat it in the way of it now. I guess that I'll be with you to the end. Guess I'm on my way. Mighty glad to stay. Stuck on you. Better for too long. I guess it's time for me to come. Get them on my way. So hard to see that a woman like you could wait around for a man like me. Get them on my way. I might be glad to stay. Oh, believe it all that midnight praise tomorrow. And I know just where I'm going. Pack up my troubles and I'll throw it all away. This time, little darling, I'm coming home to stay. Yeah, got this feeling down deep in my soul and I just can't get them all. Need it in the way now. I guess that I'll be into the end. Get them all away. I might be glad to stay.
She goes out to the man on the street. Sir, can you help me? It's cold and I've nowhere to sleep. Is there somewhere you can tell me? He walks on, doesn't look back. He pretends he can hear her. Starts to whistle as he crosses the street. Seems embarrassed to be there. Oh, think twice, 'cause it's another day for you and me and paradise. Oh, think twice, 'cause it's another day for you, you and me in paradise. Think about it. She goes out to the man on the street. He can see she's been crying. She's got blisters on the soles of her feet. She can't walk, but she's trying. Oh, think twice, 'Cause it's another day for you and me in paradise. Oh, think twice. It's just another day for you and me in paradise. Just think about it. Oh Lord, is there nothing more anybody can do? Oh Lord, there must be something you can say. You can tell from the lines on her face. You can see that she's been there. Probably been moved on from every place. 'Cause she's didn't fit in there. Oh, think twice. 'Cause it's another day for you and me in paradise. Oh, think twice. It's just another day for you and me in paradise. Just think about it. Think about it. Stay you, stay me, there for always. That's the way it should be. Say you, say me, say it together. Actually, I had a dream, I had an awesome dream. In the park, thank you was in the dark. And what they played was a masquerade. From behind the walls of cloud, a voice was crying out. Say you, say me, say it's for always. That's the way it should be. Say you, say me, say it together. To me. As we go down, life knows some highway. Since the hardest thing to do is find a friend or two. That's having hand, someone who understands. But when you feel you lost your way, you've got someone there to stay. I'll say you, say me, say it's for always. That's the way it should be. Say you, say me, say it together. Oh no, but the whole world's got you dancing. That's why I'm telling you, it's time to start with it. Oh yes, you are. You are a shining star. Stay you, stay you, stay always. That's the way it should be. Stay you, stay me, stay you together. Actually, stay you together. Actually. Here I am, 6 o'clock in the morning, still thinking about you. It's still hard, 6 o'clock in the morning, to sleep without any know that mine seems too late for love. All I know, I need it now. More than words can say, I need it now. I've got to find a way, I need it now. Before I lose my mind now. Looking out my window, I'm dreaming about you and let go and more. I feel you beside me and I know that my see me more. All the words to say I need now. I've got to find a way, I need it now. Before I lose my mind, all the words to say need now. So, well, it's my life. Give me one more night. Just give me one more night. Give me one more night, you know. I can't wait forever. I've been trying oh so long to let you know how my feet. So if I stumble or if I fall, would you help me back so I can see? Please, will you give me just one more night? Just give me one more night. Give me one more night, you know. Can't wait for it. Give me one more night. Just give me one more night. Give me one more night. 'Cause I can't wait for it. Like a river to the sea. I'll always be with you. Say we'll follow you. So give me one more night. Just give me one more night. Give me one more night, you know. Can't wait. I know there'll never time you'll never feel the same. Words change your mind, you know. Maybe we both even it is the one. Just give me one more night. Give me one more night. 'Cause I can't wait forever. Give me one more night. Just give me one more. Give me one more night. 'Cause I can't wait forever. Follow the squad down to go, listening to the wind of change. An August summer night, the soldiers passing by, listening to the wind of change. The world is closing in. Did you ever think that we could be so close, like brothers? The future's in the air. I can feel it everywhere, blowing with the wind of change. Baby, to the deep on the globe.
night where the children tomorrow bring them away in the wind of change. Walking down the street, distant memories are buried in the mind forever. I follow from a squad down to the bar, listening to the wind of change. Baby, to the deep on the glory night, where the children from the ocean are drinking, you and me. The wind of change blows straight into the face of time, like a storm wind that will ring the freedom bell for peace of mind. Let your body like us sing what my guitar wants to say. Baby, on the wall, where the ocean is ringing, you and me. Baby, you're the on the wall, night, where the children away in the wind of change. Never see you looking so lonely as you do tonight. Never see you shout so bright. Never see you many out giving you all everything. Looking for the middle of man. Give it a hug. Never see the place you will be. Only I'm not saying that you need. I'm talking the lady. She silver just a progress that you need tonight. And never see you trying to bright. You were amazing. So many people want to get your side. Tell me tomorrow. You take my breath away. I can never find the same. Jumping up, as I do tonight. I think you nobody. Should have been. I never time to burn. Sitting here wasted and wounded at this old piano, trying hard to capture the moment. This morning I don't know, 'cause the ball can still in my head. Some blonde give me nightmares, think that she's still in my bed. As I dream about movies, they won't make me when I'm dead. With an unclean fist, wake up, clench, kiss someone. Watch on marching band keeps the song beating in my head. Shoot me. I want for tonight. Oh, just as close as oh, only the on a bed of faded. Then I'm so far away. The steps that I take on my way home. Keep friends in the dance, even each night, see through this before. Still, time, it's hard to get through to the joy. To get back to you, and I just close my eyes. It's true. I want to live for tonight. Just as close as oh, Holy Ghost, let me dwell in a bed of bread. Well, this hotel just have switch gears go fly, keep a switch turn. It's just giving me the eye to the matter city, yeah. But I love so hard, I think I die. I wish you close your eyes. Know I've been thinking about you. While my mistress, she calls me, stand in the spotlight again. Tonight, I won't be alone. I know that don't mean I'm not lonely. Still proof for it's you that I died a day in bed. I wanna love, I in a better world for tonight. Oh. Just as close as oh, yes, let you down. You died in a better world for tonight. Three, oh, just as close. Oh, on a bed of fruit.
DJ Fresh Oman.
Welcome back from that break. I hope everyone enjoyed the food and the teas. We have very little time on our side and would request that we settle in and be able to proceed. But as we do that, some members who are supposed to present in this room have not been able to submit their PowerPoint presentations. And I'll do a quick roll call. I'm told that is the word I can use to make sure that you provide your details to the ICT. Evaristo Tukamhabwa, please provide your PowerPoint presentations to the technical team so that you can be prepared for presentation. That is Evaristo Tukamhabwa and Moses Mujizi. Then Kagwa MT, please also provide your PowerPoint presentations to the ICT team. Simon Keptinei, do the same. Ahaisiwe H, the other name has been silenced into H. Please provide your slides. You're saying integrating oil, gas, and renewable energy for sustainable future. Please provide your PowerPoint presentations. The fifth one is Job Mulonga. You're with Judith Makwali. Please provide your PowerPoint presentations to the ICT team. Stephen Matu Jigungu, development of an enhanced phishing migration model for Facebook users. Please also provide your details. Max Miller, the same. You're with the Wamarwa Wambui. Please provide your details. Kahura Ndugu, he's going to be presenting online. I'll also request him to check on the chat so that he's prepared for the same. We have Engineer Mwachi. Please also provide your PowerPoint presentations. You are addressing AI-based pest detection and control in rice farming, a comprehensive review. Please provide your PPT document to the ICT. Meanwhile, Emily should be here. You're going to have a physical presentation. Andrew Ahwera, also prepare to do a presentation. Emily will be replacing Joan, who is unable to be with us today. Maybe she will shift her presentation. Dennis Migathi, you're also required to prepare your presentation and present it to ICT. Victoria Njogu, I hope that is the right Njogu, yes. Please also present your PowerPoint presentation. Maria Wambui, you shifted from afternoon to morning, but you did not present your PowerPoint. Americ Douglas Kalanda will chair this session with the assistance of Vincent, who will be doing our repertoiring. We can get just a few minutes, 1 minute or two. Meanwhile, I'll ask Mary to prepare in those minutes to come and do the presentation. If Kahura Ndugu is around, will be a switch of physical and online so that we are able to cover the members that are the delegates that are supposed to be presenting. I wish you the best of presentation. What we shall do is that we shall keep our questions and write them down and then prepare to ask at the end of the presentations that will be available for today's session. Again, I want to welcome you to this session and pray that we can have the best of this time and be able to cover what we're supposed to cover. If you have colleagues that I have actually mentioned and you have contacts that can reach them out and you know them, please alert them so that we can have them lined up for these presentations. After Ndugu Kahura, we'll invite Andrew, so you can also prepare in that order. Thank you very much. That 1 minute for Emily to present. I'd skipped one of the very important things. In our presentations, please, maximum 12 minutes of presentation, and you'll be alerted on the time that you'll be left with. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon or still morning? Yes. I actually wish I had bigger audience because in my today's presentation, I'm not looking at any research output, but rather I'm looking at an opportunity for the delegates to collaborate and to work together. I'm from University of Eldoret, and the University of Eldoret is in Kenya. And in my today's presentation, I, with a colleague from the research lab in University of Eldoret, thought we could share our opportunity that we have at the University of Eldoret, a molecular lab that provides opportunity for training and research, not only in biology or areas where we are, but it's a cross-cutting, a lab that can host cross-cutting research. So our title for the presentation today is Advancing Research and Training in Molecular Science Across Borders. So we present to you the University of Eldoret Genetics and Genomic Research and Training Laboratory, where I and Dr. Baraza are with many more colleagues and researchers. I appreciate that in Africa, we've had a development of various research facilities, and sometimes there are facilities that we lack in Kenya or in Africa or in this East African region that is available for researchers. And in the presentation, we may not follow complete outline provided or guided by the consortium, but we'll do a bit of part of it, where we'll have the introduction bit, and I introduce Fish Genetics and Genomic Research and Training Lab, which is funded by the National Research Fund Kenya, and it's a facility that is open and able to provide a good infrastructure, a competitive infrastructure, and funded by the NRF, Research Fund Kenya. So we provide a facility that is cross-cutting, that is complete for any research. the objective of the genomic and genetic lab is one, to promote a university strategic objective and mandate, which is research and capacity building. Now, one thing we look at is we enhance quality teaching, research, and innovation. We also, the lab positions the University of Eldoret as a research hub in the region, amongst others. I know we have other labs, but for East Africa, this is one of the labs that stands out. What we've done also is to develop and maintain physical and technological infrastructure. It also provides that. It provides training for future leaders in relevant skills and novel technologies. We also promote economic development. We work with the county government. We work with other institutions. We look at food security. We look at natural resources and also environmental health challenges, and we try to solve. So in today's presentation, one of the objectives we had is to talk to members of the consortium and look at how best we can collaborate. Some of the facilities we have in our lab has enabled us to do projects for postgraduate students, not only from University of Eldoret, but we've had students, we have 2 students in our lab from Uganda so far, this ongoing research. We also have a student from Namibia who is completing and graduating this year, and we have many more. So we have opportunity that enables students either in chemistry or any molecular research to do their projects. I know the slide is not projecting. I don't know what we can do, because I wanted to showcase a few of those equipment. Remember today during our keynote presented, and yesterday, our chief guest, when talking, she highlighted and said she wished we could have researchers from various fields, including science, not only training. We do training, yes, but we also have opportunity for research. So echoing what our chief guest yesterday mentioned and said, we can collaborate and invite others. Because for us in Kenya, we have CBE curriculum that is being rolled out to the university level. And one of the key things the CBE curriculum looks at is research and hands-on and training learners to do the research. So for us, we provide that opportunity so that as scientists will go out having a hands-on. Reason why we echo this is because I know previously in Africa, and basically from the region, we've had challenges of research. And not unless you have a very good research grant, that is the only time you can go to maybe the global south and to Europe or to any other country to do research, or developed countries. But this time, as Africans, we need to look at ways on which we can have our labs developed, our facility developed, so that when our women have research, they don't have to leave their families really far and cross the seas, but we'll have opportunity for us to work at home or within East Africa and achieve our goals, or within Africa. So our lab have various facilities, including quantum PCR, very high level of PCR platform that enables researchers to work. We have very good cold system cold chain, which most labs would lack. We have a double distillation unit. You don't have to go for us to Nairobi or to maybe other labs to get such opportunities. So I've already mentioned some of the equipments we have, which are not visible from our projector, but we do our best to offer first-class research in our lab. Some of the projects that have gone on, that we have done in our lab, include gene expression studies. For those who are in molecular science or in research, we understand. So some of the research already complete is on rice blast. University of Eldoret has a vibrant research in and innovation in rice, and from Department or School of Agriculture and Biotechnology, we are looking at silkworm and how best we can improve the sector of industry and ensure that we have good silk for our country. We look at fish microbial genomics, a study that is complete. One of the postgraduate students completed and graduating this year. We've done so much on DNA barcoding fishes and scarabs and insects. Those are, projects that students work on. We've also worked on aquatic ecosystems, looking at eDNA, a very good platform that is developing very fast. We also are looking at AMR, antimicrobial resistance in aquatic ecosystems, and also diagnostics in pathogen microbes. One of the students from Uganda is working on one of these projects here. We also have a platform for scientific collaboration, which I said earlier. You are from various institutions. Maybe you can be a messenger for us. You talk to your research office, talk to your colleagues in science, and tell them we have an opportunity for collaboration. Some of the collaborations, we write grants for us as a unit, but we can collaborate with you from various institutions and even write competitive grants and bring some of your students to our country. We can do workshops. Like this is one of the workshops where we have had collaborators from Kenya, from various institutions, including Nairobi, including Kenya Marine and Fisheries and others. Other collaborations we've had is with partners from Europe, from Germany, which funded a project that one of the students from Uganda is working on. We also have training. We do a lot of training for postgraduate students, not undergraduate students. We do training for postgraduate students. We train them in the lab. That's our lab in University of Eldoret. We also do, this was a training on barcoding skills. We also did training on basic molecular lab experience and procedures, where if we have a student from your university coming to our lab for even 3 weeks, we'll give them full facility in the lab and take them through the basic hands-on in the lab. Recently, 2 months ago, we had a training on molecular techniques, and in the training we had postgraduate students, not just in Kenya, but especially from Kenya, and we trained them through both bioinformatics, which is a technique for analyzing molecular output or data. We also took them through hands-on on how to do research in the area of molecular techniques. So when you bring us students, we can collaborate as a region. We don't have to go very far. I know most of you collaborate with the University of Nairobi in such kind of research, but for us, we offer platform where your students, postgraduate students, can work and achieve their goal. I know time is gone, but one of the contributions that we've had in the lab is I've already mentioned on research and training. There is also consultancy. We offer consultancy. If you have a project and you need us to look at maybe a specific challenge you have, like county government of Uasin Gishu, where we come from, would just come to the lab and we offer such kind of services. We also offer internship, just in case you have in your university, you have somebody wants to come for maybe a short stay at the university. There is procedure for applying for internship, applying for postdoctorate and lab for you to do the work. We've of course had challenges, like we are in Africa, we always have challenges, which one of them being costly reagents and limited budget. I know from here we can collaborate and write very good research grants because we have facility, we have well-trained staff like myself and my colleagues, where we do research in molecular work as well as training. I teach at the university as well as do research and also innovation. So our commitment is to further improve infrastructure and expand it with the resources that maybe the university and the national government will have. We also want to equip more because maybe we have just 5 PCR and 1 qPCR that can host, if it's a training, 25 postgraduate students, but if it is lab researcher, maybe 1 or 2 within a season. So we want to expand. When we pool our resources as the consortium, when we write research together, I'm a member of a research committee. There is a research committee that was formed recently for this consortium. I'm a member, and one of the things we want to do is to collaborate and write proposals. I'll definitely want one proposal to come from this consortium that can, look at solving challenges in terms of health, genomics, agricultural genomics, or environmental conservation, and definitely will solve the challenges which we have here in the region. We don't need to go to Europe or South Africa to solve our challenges. We can solve our challenges within our local institutions. So the recommendation we have as a research lab is that there is need for strong collaborations among institutions and scientists in the region. We also need more research funds. We need more local government research funds, and as well as national institutions which offer funding. To do this, we can always collaborate in writing proposals, and will improve training of our postgraduate students, which is our role or our theme in today's conference, to look at innovative pathways to inclusive education towards advancing knowledge, technology, and sustainable development. So for us, we are looking at opportunities to collaborate, to improve, and to do training. I'll finish up by notifying members here, and you can pass this to your institutions, that we have a training, capacity building training in June, in May 2026, and our call is open. I want to request that we'll pass this to the management of this consortium so that they can pass through WhatsApp, through emails to us, that there is this training, which is a symposium on evolutionary genomics in agriculture, environment, biodiversity, and conservation. I encourage you to encourage postgraduate students, because we will provide, the committee will provide partial funding for the postgraduate students. Especially, we have, they don't pay for the workshop, which is a whole week workshop. We'll take them through some of the trainings in the lab, molecular lab, as well as discussion on way forward in evolutionary genomics in Africa, through environment, evolution, through looking at agriculture, environment, health. You can go to the website. When you go to the website of the university, you can see the link on research and extension, SMBE Regional Symposium, partially funded. You can also write email. My email is presented there, chemoyoej@universityofeldoret.ac.ke, or to the team leader, Dr. James Barasa, who is at University of Eldoret. Thank you so much, our chair today, for allowing me to present. I believe the online colleagues and the presenters have followed, and they will be able to share this information. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Emily, thank you so much for the presentation. Somebody could wonder why I gave some more minutes. I think it was very insightful for our institutions, especially when we have labs that are actually not doing to that expectation. Somebody could borrow a leaf and be able to to improve on what we do with our labs. It's unfortunate maybe we don't have some people from our lab complex in Kyambogo. They could have picked a leave for 1 or 2, but there is also that opportunity for the training that we can benefit from. Like we said, we will reserve the questions for that purpose. We have the next presenter who is going to be online. That is Kahura Ndugu. I hope you're ready to do your presentation. You have 12 minutes, and after the 12 minutes, colleagues, like we agreed, you write the questions, we'll be able to share thereafter. Thank you. Kahura, are you ready?
Project.
Okay, we'll be waiting for you.
Okay. There is my presentation. I hope it is clear. Hello? Hello, can I go? Hello, please confirm that you can see my presentation.
Please, we can see your presentation. You just put it in slideshow and you proceed with the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, the topic, my name is Kahura Dongo from Karapina University in Kenya, and my presentation is on effective use of communication strategies to promote community health in East Africa. And this topic is informed by the reason that behavior change communication, if well used, it can go a long way in promoting behavior change that can be used to help improve health programs in the communities. So I'll just continue. Can we go to the next? Introduction. Great. My presentation has disappeared. Okay. Introduction. Community health promotion is key to social and economic development in East Africa, and communication has been demonstrated to be a powerful method for improving the health of communities in this regard. The health communication strategies in the same region are mostly influenced by national priorities and community behaviors. This is in the use of the participatory approach in development programs. There is increasing evidence supporting communication in health promotion across the region. However, there are gaps in understanding how communication strategies might be used effectively to combat emerging health challenges in the region. That leads us to our problem statement, where we say that preventable diseases are significant public health issues according to World Health Organization and UNESCO, and socioeconomic factors such as poverty, gender inequality, and limited access to digital or mass media contribute to the lack of success of the health promotion activities taken by the concerned countries. Other challenges are infrastructure limitations, such as poor network connectivity, under-resourced public information systems, and lack of coordination between ministries, non-governmental organizations, and community health workers, that is according to UNICEF. This has led to communication gaps that erode trust in the sector. It has also stimulated misinformation and therefore discouraging good health behaviors. Therefore, it is important to explore ways that strategic, culture-sensitive, and participatory approaches to communication can be used in strengthening community health systems in East Africa. The study's objectives were, one, to investigate the contribution of communication strategies to the promotion of community health knowledge, behavior modification, and service uptake in East Africa. The next objective was to assess the economic, cultural, and infrastructural considerations affecting the success of health communication programs in the region. Another objective was to identify the major challenges to health communication interventions designed to improve community health outcomes in the region. And the fourth one was to assess evidence-based and context-appropriate strategies that can be implemented by governments, health organizations, and community actors for overcoming the barriers to communication in health promotion. We had 4 theories: the health belief model, theory of planned behavior, diffusion of innovations theory, I'm lost. Somebody help. I'm lost. I've lost my presentation.
You're being helped. Please, you'll be able to access your presentation in a few seconds.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. And the fourth theory was socio-cognitive theory. The methodology, it's disappeared again. The study used desktop research design, which included collecting, reviewing, and analyzing secondary data. The design relied entirely on existing data sources, both published and unpublished, and this approach was chosen due to its efficiency, cost-effectiveness, and capacity to synthesize a broad range of existing evidence on the topic. The method was appropriate for this study, as community health promotion and health communication strategies have been extensively documented by institutions like WHO, UNESCO, UNICEF, and various East African health ministries. These existing sources provided a solid empirical foundation for understanding current practices, gaps, and opportunities in the region. The results were that effective communication strategies significantly influence community health outcomes. The other point is that for message acceptance, cultural sensitivity and participatory methods are critical. Information access is also limited by infrastructure and digital inequalities. We know that much of the region is not connected to internet, and therefore the use of social media may be a challenge to most countries. Progress requires institutional coordination and policy coherence, whereby there is need to understand the underlying problems so that the governments in the region can actually get the easiest ways to coordinate programs in the region. Another result is that trust and logical engagement continue to be at the heart of effective health communication. This is to counter mistrust, where community members may actually lack confidence in some of the health promotion projects by the governments, and therefore a lot of community engagement is needed so that the governments and the non-government organizations can instill confidence in community members to trust some of the health programs. There's also persistent misinformation and trust deficits which limit program impact. And we have seen such cases in East Africa, in countries like Kenya, where we have had polio vaccination campaigns, among others, where due to misinformation, local communities have actually rejected those projects. And therefore, there is need to dispel misinformation. Institutional fragmentation and weak policy coordination also persist. You find that most of these countries do not have strong policies on how to coordinate some of these health programs. What are the recommendations? One of them is that there is need to strengthen policy and institutional framework for health communication. There is also need to promote community-centered and participatory communication approaches. As we saw in the presentation by the keynote speaker, communication is very important in every research, and therefore the same applies to health programs. There is also need to invest in communication infrastructure and digital inclusion. There is need to connect regions with internet so that some of this information could be communicated with much ease. There is also need to do what we call in communication, media literacy promotion, where people are able to download information, understand it, interpret it, and make use of it. There's also need to integrate health communication training into professional and community structures. There's also need to address socioeconomic and cultural barriers to health communication. There's need to enhance collaboration among stakeholders. There's need, for example, for the professionals in the area of health, community health, and communication, and policymakers to collaborate with the local communities for the health for health programs to succeed. There's also need to strengthen monitoring, evaluation, and research in health communication. So rolling out health programs alone is not sufficient. There is need to monitor the progress. There is need to evaluate the success and failure, and also constant research in the same. There is need for counter misinformation There's need to counter misinformation and build public trust in health programs. There's need to promote sustainable funding for health communication, and this will go a long way in fostering regional knowledge sharing and innovation. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Dr. Kahura, thank you so much for your presentation on how communication strategies can be used to promote community health in East Africa. Our members will keep the questions. Maybe if there is any question that is related to your presentation, it will be passed over to you for answering at the right time. Thank you so much, and also for keeping the time, and we apologize for the inconvenience of the hiccup that you have got at your side. We'll go ahead and have a presentation from Andrew. Andrew, it is your time, so that we can be able to catch up with the lost time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Awera Pinter Andrew, and I'm here to present to you my paper titled Cultural Knowledge and Food Sovereignty, Understanding Indigenous Knowledge System, Understanding Indigenous Food Security Practices in Western Uganda since 1930. And those are my co-authors, Ruth Namtebi, Eshidu Richard, and Nicholas Tunanuche. Unlike most of you, for us, we are undergraduate students. Next slide. We are here to introduce to you, back in the days, there used to be a contestation on who preserved food most. Is it the past generation or the generation today? And we were challenged when we went to the field by an elderly man who said that today there is food insecurity, whereby today you find most people go to bed hungry. There is that lack of food preservation that used to happen back in the days, whereby you find people would cultivate their food in large numbers. And our paper basically seeks to introduce the indigenous practices that were used to sustain and highlight these practices. What happened? Where did we go wrong? We basically want to introduce this and also seek and guide how we can go on. Our paper was also guided by three objectives, which is indigenous food practices. We'll also look at tracing their historical transformation and examine how they are really integrated into the modern education. Not only the modern education, look at also policies. We also look at how the government can, integrate these things. Our next slide also explores. Next slide. There's also introduction continue. We also look at how the main work of the paper, what is really in this paper. We are looking at these practices. Where did we go wrong? What practices were used? There are such practices include mixed cropping. They included the granaries, how the food was stored, what models were used, and how were these practices taught to the young generation, and how did they teach them, how did they learn, when and where. Then we also look at the methodology. We used a qualitative historical approach, whereby this we really looked at authentic information, not only just any information from the field. We really went to the people gave us the information, and we really picked out what we really wanted in a way that you find that if someone recommends someone, you find that there is a maternal, a common name that has really been mentioned. And basing on the fact that our scope is the 1950s, there is a gender-specific bracket we are really looking at. Not everyone was asked. So our next slide provides findings. There's the this slide is shared. The slide I shared had findings, but I do not know why they're not reflecting. So IT could maybe work on that, but I can briefly go through what was shared. The findings really basically answer our objectives because it is ethically meant to answer the objectives. So
Andrew, you can still tell us your findings because I'm sure you carried out the study and you have that summary of the findings.
yeah, we did do the findings. First of all, objective number one, our objective is really meant to identify these indigenous practices. How do we identify them? We looked at mixed cropping, whereby we looked at a garden that had beans, had bananas, had coffee. Why were we looking at it? The beans have the nitrogen fixing bacteria, whereby it really helps the soil to be fertile. And in that, when people would really keep on changing the seasons, you find that the crops would still be fertile. Unlike today, where someone plants only beans and at the end of the season, he or she gets nothing. Then we also looked at a woman winnowing. Why were we looking at a woman winnowing? This was a traditional way of seed preservation. We looked at a woman because the woman initially is the first custodian of any heritage at home or anything that has to be passed on. We looked at how was it done. It is in my language called okweshoburo. So she had something like a basket-like thing. She was seated on the ground, and we managed to also interview her. Then followed by that, we also had a grinding stone, which was for grinding millet, cassava, mention it. Why were we looking at it? Unlike today, whereby we use these machines for grinding nuts. There are a lot of things that happen in there that we do not know. Unlike today, unlike in the past, whereby someone would take the millet to the grinding machine, to the grinding stone, and they grind it themselves. But today, people say it is time consuming, no one has that energy, and no one is really interested in looking at that. Then we also looked at a mortar and a pestle. Why were we looking at it? This is really a traditional way of someone could put the G-nuts in that mortar and pestle and pound them. They would really take time. Then after they sieve them, because you would be sure of what you have put there, unlike what is in that machine that God knows that would consume. It really goes on to even to the butcher where we buy meat. Those pangas that are really faded, where do those particles go? They go into our bodies. So that was those were the first findings answering our objective 1. Then we really wanted to trace the history, like our objective 2 mentions. We looked at a granary. What was a granary for? It was something that really kept our food. It was moderate, it was really cool, and food, the way you preserve the seed is the way you would get it out. Unlike the modern stores of today, you put it, you build it, it is either too hot or too cold. And during that process, you would find that either your seeds have died or you will not pick anything. Then the last objective was also how can they be incorporated into the policy, the education, and any other. We looked at the modern structure of today, whereby people are now building cottages. Where did they get the knowledge from? This is the indigenous knowledge that was really transferred from the granaries to these cottages, which are quite expensive these days if someone really went into them. What are we what is our conclusion? It is really vital to have these indigenous knowledge systems documented, researched on, because there is little research, not only in Western Uganda, even in our home areas. We really need to document them. We really need to teach our kids these systems, the indigenous knowledge systems. And our recommendation is that if the modern education or the systems or the modern curricula could incorporate these systems into the secondary and primary and even university, it would really be best. And we also look at, can we get workshops for these, can we get workshops in line with whereby the government puts maybe a fund or a seminar for us to go to the field ourselves. We get this knowledge from these people, we train them how we can really disseminate this information, and they also come and teach us, because these are the custodians of the knowledge. It is not like any of us who would come in class and learn from it. It is really different from someone to go in class and learn, and someone who has gone to the field and someone who has been in the field to come and teach you. Those are two different concepts. So our acknowledgement goes to the host that have really provided the opportunity for us to express ourselves, the people that provided this information for us, and our thanks also goes to the faculty that has also allowed us, despite being undergraduate students, to come and talk to you people who are beyond our, who have attained much qualifications than us. I thank you so much.
Andrew, thank you very much for your presentation. I think this resonates well with what Professor Eric Katunguka talked about, of how we're promoting the young people in our university to make sure that they get onto board on the academic lane to be able to progress. So it's not very surprising, Andrew, that you're given an opportunity to present in such a forum. And especially presenting on a very interesting area of indigenous knowledge on food security. Would have expected the young ones to be presenting things about AI or things that are of their modern times. Once again want to thank you so much for that insightful presentation. However, you'll also go to ICT and update them on the detailed presentation, because I think some slides were actually missing for our future record. We have Lucy Mwangi. Lucy Mwangi, if you're following, please get online. You'll be presenting next. If you're not yet ready, maybe we could have a question session, because I think we've had several presentations and we have accumulated a lot of those questions, so that Mwangi could be prepared for that presentation. If there are any questions, maybe we could start with Andrew, who is here with us. We also have Dr. Emily on the research lab. We could pose those questions and be able to proceed. No questions for Dr. Emily, the research lab at Eldoret? I have a few questions for her as the chair, maybe on your behalf. There's a training next year, but the details of that training, much as it is going to be on the poster, this audience would be interested in knowing who qualifies for this training and how much is required apart from the partial facilitation that you'll be providing. So that maybe you could be able to explain to those that qualify to be able to apply. Thank you. Yes, please. No, they are bringing the microphone to you, please. Johnson, you can activate this mic.
Yes, Chair. My question is or an inquiry that she did mention on issues of collaborating with the universities, but also students, especially when it comes to carrying out sample tests and then the analysis. Maybe she could clarify under what circumstances.
Okay. You need the circumstances under what, how that collaboration can be done with the students, and okay. Thank you. Any other question for Emily? To remind you, it was about the research lab at Eldoret.
If there are opportunities of offering assistance when the samples come, are they paid for, or it is they can come in and provide an offer in that kind of collaboration? Because in most cases, samples related to molecular analysis, they're extremely expensive. Thank you.
And as a rejoiner, that means you're doing that service free of charge or at a cost. And there's also movement of samples across borders. How have you solved that in Kenya so that the members of maybe the East African region can benefit without a lot of restrictions?
Thank you very much for those questions. I'll start with the first one, which is about who qualifies for the SMBE symposium. The SMBE symposium targets any researcher or postgraduate students who are in the line of molecular work, not just genomics, but we look at any molecular work. And the requirement is that anyone who wants to participate will look at the website and respond by sending an abstract. Because it's a symposium, we require that a participant sends an abstract in the line of molecular work, and the students have a free payment to attend the conference, the symposium, postgraduate students who will be registered. So we'll receive as a committee the abstracts and look at which student is serious in terms of what they have done and what they intend to do in their research. We also invite the region scientists. Scientists will be required to pay $50 for the participation into the conference, symposium, and the international will be required to pay $150. That information is in the website. We'll not take many people because our lab is not so big. We take a few. And of course, because it's a molecular lab, we require a lot of expensive reagents. That's why I said collaborating in terms of writing proposals. Like we have a call that is coming in 2026, EU call that requires collaboration with East Africa, with internationals and within the country and even in the region. So if we come together and draft such proposals, then we get the grants, we can host the researchers as well. We have had collaborations with the GCRF. There are grants that enable us to do capacity building. So for us, we depend on that because the university does not pay for the university has given us a platform, which is the genomic lab. But now getting reagents is a bit tricky, but we get to train capacity building when we have resources, applied collaborative research funding. I don't know whether there was anything else concerning, so when you have a student from your various institutions who come to our lab, we will require, sometimes we have extra funding for, not extra, but sometimes we write proposals and we invite students. So you'll see in the website, maybe the university is advertising for a specific placement for postgraduate student to do research. So in such a case, you should be alert to check, just like in any other lab. And sometimes when we have collaborations with you, we can easily say in University of Kyambogo University, you have a grant, but you don't want to go far. You want to be within the East Africa. You just bring your reagents, you come to the lab, we co-supervise and we assist your student to go through as well. You will be invited to be within. So sometimes we collaborate in supervision, we collaborate in research, applying for research grant, but as for now, we don't have research that is there for anyone. We just have to write proposals and get funding from our national government, from the institution. For us, we have also funds from our research office. Little fund, but sometimes it goes a long way in supporting a master student to complete the work. Okay. I don't know whether I've answered everything. Thank you so much.
There could also be a question of sustainability.
Sustainability, exactly. Of course, that is our challenge. But the equipment that we have are fully, available, and we really depend on funding for research. But our lab is well equipped, and we have scientists who are able to manage all areas in research, molecular work, including wet lab, including bioinformatics, and including training. So we leverage in the fact that we have staff and we have colleagues who are well trained to handle any research and training in the lab. And we also invite international community like Kyambogo. If you have a colleague who can collaborate when we are doing symposium, for example, we already selected researchers. So we look at opportunities that are out there and researchers who are experts, and we invite for them to collaborate with us in training, various trainings we have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There it is, an opportunity. Yes, Prof.
Just excuse me, because I came late. I think when I came, she was already rounding up presentation. Which institution did she come from? From which institution? Okay, from Eldoret?
University of Eldoret.
Ah, UAE. Oh, you're part of the consortium. Okay. So you have an Institute of Genomics, is it? Okay. Okay, it's just a lab. Okay, it's a lab. Ah, beautiful. Okay. 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 Within Kenya? So, can someone from Nigeria, sub-Saharan? Well, you are part of the consortium, so you could link up with researchers from Nigeria, possibly. Okay, from Uganda and all the rest. So, okay. Okay. Okay.
For about a year to do research, and there was a question concerning cross-border challenges in terms of taking samples. So we collaborate with Namibia, and what we did is, because the samples were required to be from Namibian museum, National Museum, and we collaborated by joining up and writing, requesting for permits with the National Museums of Kenya, and museums of Namibia to enable us to transport samples from Namibia to Kenya. So we follow procedures in terms of cross-border that, yeah.
So where I'm interested because I am heading the consortium research, and we come up with a proposal, a very beautiful proposal that researchers from Kyambogo, from Nigeria, maybe in any area of genomic research in genetics, genome. I think I'm not a biologist. I'm not a natural, but can you maybe think out a proposal that can link us all together? Then we might maybe we look for funding, or some of our universities we can collaborate and do it. Because even in my institution, yeah, we have we have a national research fund, that can yearly disperse, research funds for people who have won some of the grants. No, you need to apply anyway. So possibly, if we can, if there is a proposal, then a joint collaboration, maybe some people in Nigeria, we can, an aspect of the research, we apply to the grant office in Nigeria. If they approve it, then it becomes part of the funding for the work. Maybe in Kenya, you can get your own funding. Maybe from Kyambogo, they get their own funding too, because when the Vice Chancellor made a speech here, he talked about their institutional funding approved by the councillors and things like that. So then I think we go a long way. So please think about it, because even currently I am in my institution, I'm the director of academic planning, and part of my my mandate is to consider these proposals from academics. They write proposals on the research they want to carry out. So we select the ones that could be funded. Then we take it to the capital, Abuja, and then liaise with the government funding authority, then the ones that approve. So possibly, maybe I'm one of the gatekeepers that. So if we come up with something that, then we see how we go about it. Yeah, because if it's something done by a consortium, it carries a lot of weight. So please think about it.
Thank you.
Right? So you can liaise with
So I think, Prof, Emily,
yes,
during lunch,
yeah,
you can sit together,
yeah,
and see how you can come up with the ideas of coming up with a
What's your name?
concept.
Emily, in fact, I'm in your committee.
You are in my committee. Emily Chiawa.
Yes,
Chemoiwa.
So you can imagine they have started discussing committee things.
We've been meeting online. I don't
we
even
meet
know.
online. So we'll discuss further on that.
We discuss
Thank
further, please. Beautiful. I didn't know. We meet online, hold virtual meetings. I didn't know it was that. I was so ready.
Thank you very much.
Prof, you can find a time and be able to actualize those concepts,
yes,
for the benefit of the consortium. Thank you very much. Yes. I don't know whether Dr. Kahura is online, Dugu. If he can be able to follow, he talked about strategies to be used to promote community health. But he also had some issues on the culture. Did anyone have any questions for him? If there are some questions, you could attend to them. If not, then we'd have Lucy Mwangi to do her presentation. She'll be online. Please, you'll bear with some of the things that may come along. Thank you. Johnson, is she ready?
Yes, sir.
Please, you can go ahead and share your slides and make sure they are in PowerPoint presentation.
ICT has the PowerPoint slides. You can project on my behalf.
Johnson, please. Okay. Lucy, are you able to see your slides?
Yes, can see the slide.
You have 12 minutes to do the presentation. I'll let you know when your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Lucy Mwangi. I'm from University of Eldoret. I'm using two gadgets because there's a challenge with sound on my side. I want to start. This study is on integrating ICT and artificial intelligence to support learners with special needs in Africa. When you look at our learners, let's go to the next slide. Our learners with these special needs, they are not doing so well. And this study aimed at looking at what has been covered in literature review. And from the global perspective, it has been documented that learners with special needs can be assisted to enhance learning if we apply ICT and artificial intelligence. From the global perspective, it has been documented that intelligent tutoring systems such as speech-to-text software, predictive analytics have improved the personalized or individualized instruction and assessment for learners with special needs. Assistive technology, if well used in the learning and the teaching process, it can assist learners like using screen readers for learners with visual impairment, for learners with hearing impairment, use of digital braille devices, virtual classrooms, and other AI or artificial intelligence software can assist in enhancing learning for learners with special needs. Next slide. In established countries, the Western countries, we have seen a lot of improvement in use of ICT and artificial intelligence to support learners with special needs. But in Africa, we are still lagging behind in adopting these technologies, maybe to financial situation or our policy framework and infrastructure challenges. Our rural areas, especially in Africa, there is limited access to power supply, internet connectivity, and adaptive devices for learners with special needs, because we are still using the traditional methods of teaching learners with special needs. Next slide. Now, the problem here is that if in Africa we are able to integrate ICT and artificial intelligence, then we will not have the problem we are having with our learners with the special needs in education. And learners, especially those with visual impairment, hearing impairment, and physical impairment, they face barriers in accessing the adaptive digital learning tools and inclusive education environment. This lack of adequate infrastructure, limited funding, and the weak institutional support widen the digital divide between Africa and other regions. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is a continuation of the problem. Many teachers who are teaching learners with special needs also lack the digital competencies to effectively utilize the ICT and artificial intelligence tools for inclusive instruction. As a result, learners with special needs remain disadvantaged within the education system that fail to accommodate their diverse learning needs. This situation highlights the urgent need to investigate how ICT and artificial intelligence integration can be effectively used to promote accessibility, inclusivity, and educational equity for learners with special needs in Africa. Next slide. The objectives of this study was to examine the accessibility for learners with special needs in education institutions in Africa. We're talking about accessibility to these learning or inclusivity using ICT and artificial intelligence. The other objective was to assess the teachers' preparedness in using ICT and AI tools to support inclusive teaching and learning for learners with special needs. The other objective was to evaluate the adequacy of infrastructure and the resources that facilitate effective implementation of ICT and artificial intelligence in special needs education. The other objective is to analyze the role of policy implementation in promoting the adaptation, the adoption of ICT and artificial intelligence for inclusive education for learners with special needs. The other objective is to determine the impact of digital inclusivity initiatives on equitable learning opportunities for learners with special needs in Africa. The next section, kindly. Next slide is the methodology. This study used the secondary research design using systematic literature review from current peer-reviewed journals, government policy documents, and institutional reports on integration of ICT and AI in special needs education in Africa. Data was collected using keywords related to ICT, artificial intelligence assisted learning, and inclusive education. Then the thematic analysis was used to identify the key topics such as accessibility, teacher preparedness, infrastructure and policy implementation, and also use of triangulation and adherence to ethical standards to ensure validity and ability of this study. So that is the methodology that was used in this study. Next slide. Now the findings of this study, and the finding number one indicated that use of modern ICT and AI tools such as screen readers for the hearing impaired, speech to text programs for the blind and the visually impaired, then adaptive learning platforms for those with physical challenges. In Africa, was limiting the engagement in classroom activities. Then the other finding was that persistent challenges such as infrastructure and financial limitations was a limitation to the widespread availability of assistive technologies, especially in the rural areas and under-resourced schools. Additionally, the limited internet connectivity, unreliable electricity, and lack of localized digital content further made it impossible to access, integrate ICT and artificial intelligence in urban and rural areas. We find that schools in the urban centers, they had better internet connectivity, they had reliable electricity compared to schools in the rural areas. The next one. Next slide, please. The findings on teacher preparedness, it was noted from this study that many teachers who are teaching learners with special needs in education lack the technical skills, they lack the pedagogical knowledge, they lack confidence to effectively integrate ICT and artificial intelligence into teaching. Teacher education programs in Africa have also not incorporated digital literacy and inclusive pedagogical training in the teacher training colleges in Africa. There was also regional disparities between urban schools in the urban centers, as they had better trained teachers and they had better access to ICT tools compared to rural schools in the rural areas that had fewer professional development opportunities and limited resources. That was the findings on teacher preparedness. The next slide. Infrastructure and resources, the findings indicated that there was poor technological infrastructure, inadequate funding, there was limited access to digital devices, and there were the main barriers to integration of ICT and artificial intelligence to learners with special needs in education in Africa. Additionally, it was noted that we are still using outdated equipment. There was an unreliable power supply, and there was lack of specialized assistive technologies used in these inclusive learning programs. Furthermore, there was insufficient, this study has revealed that there was insufficient government investment and minimal private sector support in resource allocation, where most schools depend on donor-funded projects, which sometimes are not sustainable. Next slide, please. On teacher preparedness, or on policy implementation, the findings established that though African countries have education and technology policies supporting inclusive education, there is a significant gap between policy formulation and practical implementation. There is very good policy framework on all ICT and AI integration, but implementation is still a challenge. It was also noted that there was inadequate policy coordination, lack of monitoring, and lack of clear financial allocation to sustain ICT and artificial intelligence integration in special needs education. The findings also revealed that there was poor political will and limited funding to give priority to mainstream education over learners with disabilities, leaving digital inclusion initiatives underdeveloped. Under digital inclusivity, findings indicated that while progress has been made, there still remains a lot to be done to ensure digital inclusivity, as assistive technologies are often very expensive, they are usually imported, and they are poorly adapted to local languages and to our curricula. So the languages used in those software programs, some of them are not adapted to our local languages or our local cultural expectation.
Dr. Lucy.
Socio-economic.
Dr. Lucy.
Yes.
You can take us to the recommendations. You have 2 minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll use those 2 minutes. So in conclusion, we can say that from the findings that there is potential to enhance accessibility and inclusivity learning outcomes in special schools in Africa if we integrate infrastructure and the policy challenges that limit the full utilization. So we recommend that government to invest in ICT and AI infrastructure in special needs education, including assistive technologies, internet, and reliable power connection. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lucy Mwangi, for that wonderful presentation. I think it resonates well with our theme of inclusive education. How do we bring learners with special needs into the mainstream education from the lower levels, such that they're able also to be productive citizens? Colleagues, it's 10 minutes to 2, but I haven't received any notification for our lunch, and we had late breakfast, right? I'll request that we be a little patient with the next presentations. Strictly, we'll have 12 minutes for each Don't forget to keep questions for Dr. Lucy. We'll have 4 presentations if time allows. One is from Kisum from Nigeria. The next will be Stanley. Another one will be Emmanuel Achidri. And Samita will be the last one, if time allows. Ask ICT to project for Kisum from Nigeria. Kisum, you have 12 minutes for your presentation. Thank you. Yes, please. Sure, for today, I made a roll call and we realized we didn't have the physical ones and we were forced to, we are outside. Your name, please. Wow. So after Kisumu, Victoria can prepare to have a physical presentation, right? You're more. Okay, let me come and handle you so that the online can go on. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, please. Go ahead with your presentation. We are waiting for you. Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yes, you can hear you.
Speak of my presentation, picturing change, engaging and empowering women using it to promote health education. So for want of time, I would want to just be summarizing each slide. Next slide, please. So the background and rationale of this study is for indigenous health knowledge, which is deeply rooted in folklore, Igbo proverbs and stories and narratives, to be embedded in the conventional health curricula. Because we found out that we have so much health healings and health information embedded in our local Igbo proverbs and our stories, our moonlighting, our lullabies. We have so much health information embedded in this local narrative, which are played or sung by women. So our plan is to bring this information to the fore so that it can be included in our conventional health and education curriculum. Next slide, please. The main objective or research problem. The research problem of this, the problem of this study is finding out, finding out, finding out the education, health, I beg your pardon, the mainstream health education, can't say this very well, education prioritizes the medical framework, which means that the mainstream education curricula that we normally use in schools, they they pay more attention to biomedical framework, which is scientific research or findings, thereby looking away from the health information embedded in our local stories. So the next problem, scientific, not proven. Each time it comes up, each time the women bring up their ideas, what they feel they have tried and tested and seen results, it is always dismissed as not scientifically proven. Next problem is to identify how this knowledge can be informed or included in the conventional health education curricula, and then recommend ways to integrate this health, indigenous health information or education into the health curricula. The theoretical framework for this study is mothering. Mothering was founded by Catherine Acholona in 1995 to she felt that the Western feminism only dealt with issues in the Western world, that it never or really cared about the African woman. So Acholona propounded motherism, where she argued that most African women stay and absorb negative energy they find in their marriages. They stay there because of the love they have for their families and their children. And they stay there because of this love, absorbing this energy, even if it kills them. The next framework we adopted was, or rather, is the Bono Bono. The Bono Bono framework, which was actually something my team and I came up with. So the methodology is the approach, the qualitative textual analysis, where we gathered textbooks, Igbo literature, Igbo proverbs, Igbo novels, Igbo folklores, which dealt with, that deals with all the healing nature of the Igbo proverbs. Beg your father, we collected that deals with natural Igbo proverbs, which actually treated healing. So we gathered all of them and we analyzed them and we found out that most of these texts have this information that we need and it should be extracted and integrated into the curriculum. Key findings is that women's health roles are always are usually embedded in communal ethics and moral responsibility. We also found out that healing is portrayed as a collective process involving empathy and spirituality. Next finding is that indigenous knowledge stresses prevention, balance, and harmony with nature. And then we found out that our folklores and proverbs also as cultural repositories for transmitting health wisdom. Next slide, please. So the discussion, we are mainly looking at Igbo literature, how Igbo literature reinforces the idea that women's health knowledge is socially and spiritually grounded. We are also looking at starting up a discussion that women's ideas on health shouldn't be looked at as not proved scientifically, but then it should be looked at the impact it makes on the issue, which is healing. So we are also recognizing women's indigenous roles, challenging epistemic inequality because discharging their findings and their ideas also enforces or reinforces the gender inequality that we are all preaching against. So discussing about it, integrating their findings and their ideas into the health curricula, we feel should, or rather will, balance the inequality or the equation. Next slide, please. So we came up with this policy and educational implications. So no, please, we can't say that. So we are advocating for collaborations, partnerships with interdisciplinary institutions, and, encouraging interdisciplinary study where collaborations will be made from different departments. For instance, in my team, we have philosophy, we have community health, and then we have literature. So we are looking at a way we can, collaborate with everybody, all these disciplines, make to come up with a result, rather to come up with an idea that help integrate those ideas into the education um, system, so that we feel that the inequality we are all preaching against is going to balance. And then this idea of women bringing in their ideas about
Thank you very much. It's like you're done.
health.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and I think you've kept your time. We had actually lined up presentations for online for Stanley, Emma, and Samita. I think there's basically a mix-up. Thank you very much. We're preparing for the next presentation. I think there is a mix-up that we need to clarify to the presenters. I've been advised that our lunch is ready. When we made a call for the presenters, we realized some members were not available, so we decided to switch some people some presenters from afternoon to the mid-morning session. And I've been advised that we can only take on one presenter to allow people to go and have lunch, so that we do not work on very low energy levels. Ask Dennis Migatha, right? In a special way, he's the member of the committee of the consortium, and they have a meeting afternoon. He would request that he presents, but we've also agreed that he presents for 5 minutes, so that we can catch up with time. If he can do the 5 minutes, we'll have Victoria next, and then we'll have to go for lunch. Victoria also for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry, my slide is written Dr. Jared Misonge Onyancha. You can share on my behalf. Members, my names are Jared Misonge Onyancha, and I'm a staff at Mount Kenya University. Yeah, is it me presenting all of them? I can see it from here.
Let me follow
It's
it up
me?
for you.
Or you? I can see it here, or I can. Okay, I think I can do it. Thank you, sir. Okay. Members who are present, members online, I want to present to you, I take this opportunity to present to you a work that we have done at the university and supported by the university for some time now. It's an innovation that has reached a position of commercialization, and we felt that it agrees with the theme of this conference, where I'm presenting, yes, as a lead person, but we have other staff like Mingate, Choche Mulai, Geoffrey, and the rest. I want to take the shortest time possible. So help me to go to the next slide, because I'm not able to do it from here. Yeah, I can read, but okay, fine. Like I've said, it's a herbal soup that that we thought that gets to the theme of higher education, health, and community engagement. These are the parties that have been involved in coming up with this soap that we believe is an innovation. And we also know that it's a skin care product targeting eczema, which is a product for a skin condition, which a recent study in Kyambogo County, where the university is also situated, comes out and gives out eczema being one of the major conditions around, and also not only in Kyambogo County but in other counties. And this is common for children, but it's also a condition that conventionally there are many challenges in addressing, and dermatologists can say this. In Kenya, quite a number of soap products are in the market. We have Sleo, we have Oilatum, we have Epimol, and we have others. When skin comes, many trials, people do many trials. And then we have a problem that these products we are mentioning have chemicals in them that are harmful to the body, that are also harmful to the environment. Actually, the question I always keep asking, and then I will even ask you, if we know that once we use the soap and the water that comes out of it, does it come out with any other harmful chemicals? Yes, our hands become clean, but chemicals like sodium laurate, chemicals like let's group them into sulfates, let's group them into parabens, they get into the soil, then they get into the plants, then they get into vegetables, then they still come back into our bodies as we take the vegetables. So as soap is good, yes, it's good for the skin, yes. We are looking for soaps that can kill germs on our skin, but what kills germs, where does it go? It goes with the water effluent to the sewages. It goes, if you did it outside here, it will go to the grass, and this grass will be picked up by animals and by grazers, by browsers. And then the question is that also, seriously, is that these chemicals are able and have been highlighted to cause diseases and many debilitating diseases, including cancer. So I and my team, we have been able to look at that, and we thought that natural is safe, and we took plant materials, which will contain simple plants like rosemary, simple materials like ginger, a mix, eucalyptus, and make a soap together with a community group that is having a partnership with the university. The soap is made at the university using simple machines, and then testing for antimicrobial activity, testing for physical chemical properties, then agreeing with the standards, Kenya standards for soaps, then went all the way, look at the perceptions, how are the users responding, because the soap has also been tested, and people 18, that they ranged between the age of 18 to 32 years, and these were over 50% respondents, and an overall attribution of satisfaction, 81% of the participants. Well, then what's the unique selling point for this soap? It uses indigenous plants. I've mentioned a few of them like rosemary, ginger, aloe. I've used honey, and I've also did not mention propolis at the beginning. We propose that it will be market friendly, compared to that a herbal soap that is in the Kenyan market averagely goes to 1,200. I don't know how many shillings are those in Uganda. Maybe we multiply by 26. They may be a million. Somebody has done it. So, so then we have managed to do many herbal products together, giving several different benefits, other than doing one herb. Like we have soaps in the market having aloe. We have soaps in the market having goat milk. We'll be able to take an advantage of different herbs, giving us different advantages. Then the other thing is that it's eco-friendly, like we are saying. One of the things that they don't have the chemicals that will risk to the environment, and that. Much more is to mention in this meeting that the soap has gotten a certificate of intellectual property in the country, and it has also gotten a certificate of trade and use by the Farmers and Business Board that is concerned with the health matters, and they could be small, but you can be able to see the logo of the Ministry of Health and the logo of KIPI. And therefore, we started with the upper end of the soap, but then we managed it, getting an improved product after engaging with the users. They said the package is big, the package is heavily done, so we managed, and finally, the middle soap that is white, is what we have settled on, and is what we intend to get into the market with. We have a Farmers and Business Board accreditation. It has been registered as a product, as a borderline product for use on the skin, and it has also a KEPS certificate. And at that point, then we believe that we are addressing, that this has addressed 4 goals, the SDG, 4 SDG goals: the goal of health, the goal of climate action, the goal of commercialization, and innovation. And there we are, as I finish and give away forward, that the university has been able to have a fabrication machine now. We used to do it in the lab, and now we have been able to have fabrication machines ready for commercialization. And from this meeting, the way forward is that we will produce and launch, and we believe that we will be addressing the 3 goals like I've mentioned. And therefore, as I end, that we are able to acknowledge the university to support the entire project from 2018 to around now, to have the product in the market. We're also acknowledging the consortium for giving us an opportunity to present this work as an innovation in an academia institution and also community group. We also appreciate that this project won an Erasmus Plus grant to travel to Germany to perfect the formula, and was also supported partially by the Erasmus Plus exchange program for the startup end, that it may be able to be supported to be started, whereby they advocated that the startup can be put in Germany, but then the university chose to have the startups about to be done in the university. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jared, for your presentation. I think my colleagues from here in Kyambogo and Uganda were able to see what we've been told about CBET. And one of the key elements of CBET is learning by production. So a university can be involved in producing useful products for our communities. Okay? Not only demonstration, not only for sample purposes, right? That there is a phototype of soap, but there is soap being produced and being used by the communities. Again, I come with many apologies. You saw the convener giving me a whisper here. He says he cannot afford to have his participants hungry. And he's not given me even a second, but I must allow you go for lunch, and then we shall proceed after lunch. For that matter, Victoria, apologies. I cannot disobey my bosses. Thank you so very much. It's been very insightful and very informative on what much is being done, and I think we can still do more in our universities. Thank you very much. We can go for lunch. Thank you.
I haven't ever really found a place that I call home. I never stick around quite long enough to make it. I apologize once again, I'm not in love. But it's not as if I mind that your heart ain't exactly breaking. It's just a thought.
Recording stopped.
Yeah. Well, I do something more than I get. 'Cause nothing I is truly mine. I thought that I would love to live by the sea, to travel the world alone and live more simply. I have no idea what's happened to that dream, that there's really nothing left here without me. It's just a thought, only a thought. If my life is forward and I don't survive, well, I deserve it more than I can. There's nothing else truly mine. If my life is forward and I don't want to buy, well, I deserve it more than I can. Nothing else truly mine. All my heart is a shame, and I won't let it down. Whatever break the faith, for I won't even try. Well, how can I say I'm alive if my life is for rent and I don't learn to buy? Well, I just say more than I can. There's nothing else truly mine. Oh no, it's for, and I don't learn to buy. Well, I just say more than I can. Nothing else truly. Nothing I have is truly mine. There's nothing I have is truly mine. There's nothing I have is truly mine. You yeah, but why is
of mine. I don't know it to explain. My life's worth nothing without you, but you to stay. Is one we will. You never knew. No, 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 no. You never know just how close we were. You never know. No, you never know. Try, but I know you won't know the next thing. Try as I may. I can't stop thinking about you. It seems my life's worth nothing without you. But every day I say I'll try to cry. We yeah. Yeah. Stuck on, got this feeling down deep in the soul that I just can't. Guess I'm all needing free. And the way
No mountains too high for you to climb. All you have to do is have some climbing there. Oh yeah. No mountains too high for you to make. All you have to do is believe when you pray. And then you see the everything.
will be bright as the sun. All of your fears, cast them on me. I just want you to see I'll be your fire in the sky. Your shoulder, your voices, oh, and sky. I saw your teardrops and I heard you cry. All you need is time. Take me and you shall find. You have it. It's there. It don't have to be this way. Let me show you a better day. See, all of your days will be bright as the sun. So all of your fears, just cast them on me. How can I make you see I'll be your cloud in the sky? Be your shoulder. I feel your voices. I It's time to face the storm by your side. Keep a faith and warm. We'll survive. And when it seems as if your end is slowing in, don't you dare of the fly. Put your trust on the sky. Sky. I'm so it all. I will never
Don't need to worry about everything I've done. Live every second like it was my last one. Oh no, everything I do, you're my heart just like it's to. Again, don't need to worry about everything I've done. Second like you. That's I feel a part of everything I do. You're my heart just like you, just like it's at.
Floor and one bit more. One breath. Stepping in the night all alone. That's feeling. Feels like still excuse my friend for breaking my heart again. It's the way you are again. And in bed and in at night. In you are in the first escape bed. Still holding on. You're still the one who's spent that only feels much stronger Wanna love you long, but if you really love me, long. Please forgive me. I don't know what I do. Forgive me. Stop loving. Forgive me. Just like I do. Stop loving you. Yes. Still feels like our best times are together. My first touch, still getting closer, baby. Get love, still holding on, still number one. I remember the smell of your skin. I remember the thing. I remember you. I remember you, yeah. I remember still do. You're lovely.
Hello, hello. Welcome, dear colleagues, conference goers. My name is James Savide. I happen to be the chair for the next session in venue CTF 105. I would like to welcome our friends who are online, and we're just a bit late, but our colleagues will be finishing lunch shortly, and our session should begin as soon as we are ready. I'm hoping that we have Ahwera Pinta and Victoria Mwendwa Njogu, the last Onyata, Van Ngobiro, Lizzie Mwamburi, George Ardia, Pamela Mwikali, and Azizo. And then we have Davotha Mosha and colleagues, and Fidelis Nekesa Samita. So, dear colleagues, get ready. Oh yes, we have the seventh presentation from Caroline Mutai. If there is, I don't know if there is anyone among these that just read.
goes my heart beating, 'cause you are the reason I'm losing sleep. Please come back round. And there goes my mind racing, and you are the reason that I'm still breathing. I'm hopeless now. I'd climb every mountain, swim every ocean, just to be with you, fix what I broke. Oh, 'cause I need you to see the reason. There goes my head shaking, and you are the reason my heart keeps bleeding. I need you. If I could turn back the clock, I'd make sure that I defeated the dark. I'd spend every hour of every day keeping you safe. I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean, just to be with you and fix what I've broken. No, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason I'm feeling. Just so I want you. Need you to hold me tonight. Climbing, swim every ocean, just to be and fix what I broke. 'Cause I need you to see the reason. I'm holding feet off the ground, and I'm hearing what you say, but I just can't make a sound. Tell me that you need me, and you go and cut me down. But when you say
Hello. Once again, I would like to welcome our colleagues who are online. We are just about ready to begin, and I have gotten some reviews from the program committee, and I'm made to understand that there are 3 colleagues online, and I would like to request you just to unmute and let us know that you really are there. We are expecting Fidelis Nekesa Samita. Are you online? Could you unmute and let us know that you are actually there? I'm saying this because we really need to run towards finishing all the people's presentations. Or maybe, can you unmute Fidelis? Or would you post a message then and we know? Right, so we also have Stanley Wangunya. Are you online? Stanley? Could you unmute? IT, can you please support me to check for these people if they are online? You can put up your hand from the back, just in case someone, is not seated at their computer. Then we have Emmanuel Achidri. Are you online? Right. Now it is, oh yes, I see a hand up. Can you let me know? Please unmute, I see your hand. Unmute and let us know who this is. Okay, that is Stanley. Thank you very much. Stanley is online.
I cannot be able to unmute myself. Thank you for being unmute.
Thank you. So Stanley is there. You might as well.
Yes.
We might as well be planning to start with your presentation. So as I'm Thank you. As I'm giving you a quick brief to the attendees, I request that you organize to actually start the afternoon for us. Thank you very much, Stanley. So I'm hoping that in here we have Faith Njeria. Thank you very much. Faith is here. And we have Victoria Mwendwa. She is here. And we have Mwamburi. Mwamburi, together with the Tone Maritim and Ezra Chirarei. Oh, okay. So we will see. I think since we have Stanley and he's online, I'm also hoping that Emmanuel Achidri and Faith, and Fidelis will be joining us. I apologize because I have a scattered program here. Dear attendees, I would like to introduce our repertoire this afternoon. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, friends, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Veronica
Recording in
Namolondo
progress.
from Kyambogo University, Department of Curriculum, Pedagogy and Education Media. You are welcome.
Yes, so thank you very much. I think we also have the presentation of Maria Wambui Mungara, and it is going to be presented by the colleague. And you introduce yourself. Just in way of guiding us, dear colleagues, we will try to run the race of catching this time, which we have lost a bit, by cutting short our presentations a little bit. It's quite unethical, but I am afraid we really have got to make sure that all our presentations are done. We don't want anyone who is able to present not to do so, because it feels so painful to go through such a thing. So like I said, I'm hoping that Stanley is getting ready to start his presentation any moment from now. I'm just waiting a little bit for my Veronica to settle in, and we should be able to start. Otherwise, I would like to welcome you all, dear colleagues and conference goers. As I said at the beginning, my name is James Sabrie, the session chair for this session in this venue, and I am a lecturer of music and music education in the Department of Performing Arts at Kyambogo University. By the grace of God, I am actually the head of Department of Performing Arts in Kyambogo University. But also by the grace of God, I am also the president of the Pan-African Society for Musical Arts Education. And people who are from Kabaraka might be here. Joyce Mochere is my vice president, but also I have a vice president in Nigeria called Precious Omuku, and I also have a vice president in South Africa called Puti, and other colleagues in the Pan-African Society for Musical Arts Education. And so you're very welcome in your various capacities. Like I said, as soon as my colleague Veronica, who is our reporter this afternoon, settles down, we should be able to go. And I'm hoping that Stanley is nearly ready. Stanley, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready, Chairman.
You're really loud and clear. I'm so happy. And we have quite a big presence online. Dear attendees from online, we really are proud that you are here. We really have a big number of attendees online, and we are so grateful that you are here. Thank you very much. Maybe I need to let you know that Veronica actually has a presentation in another venue, and that's why I am saying she just went to make arrangements for that, and as soon as she's here, we should be able to start. Thank you very much. A bit of housekeeping, just to guide us. After Stanley's presentation, we will have Victoria Mwendwa. And then after that, I hope that Faith Njeria is also here. Faith Njeria, are you online? Oh, sorry, I'm apologetic. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Faith is actually here. And then we will have Fidelis. After that, we will have Emmanuel Achidri. And then we will have Maria Wambui's presentation, I think, which is going to be done by the colleague, is it? Right, and then we'll have Mwamburi. We'll have Mwamburi. So in that order, and then if there is a chance, we can get Roscovia, Mpija, Nakagwa. And then we can call it a day. I thank you for your patience. As I said, we are kind of waiting for the repertoire for this session. Veronica, who has a presentation in the other venue first, to settle in, and then we can start. Dear colleagues, I would like to really start this session now. Veronica is still caught up, but we have got in soccer language a dangerous substitute here, and I would like to request him to introduce himself briefly to you, and then we should be able to start. Please, here.
Thank you, Dr. Isavirie. Nathanael Mayengo is my name. Kyambogo University, School of Education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nathanael, for standing in the moment. When Veronica comes, she will pick it up from there. So just now, I would like to introduce the first presentation from Stanley Wangunya. I request you to introduce that presentation. I think you are in the best position to do it. Thank you very much, and you're welcome. You have about 10 minutes to make your presentation, and then we will move through all these papers, and we'll have some reactions all at once after all the papers have been presented. I request you, dear colleagues, to get your notebooks, to take a note of any observations that you may have, so that at the end of all the papers, you can direct your comments, remarks, and everything else to the people that you intend to engage with. So I would like to welcome you, Stanley, to present your paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm trying to share my screen from this side. I'm not able. I'm told it is being disabled. It would be good if I can be able to share the screen so that we are able to move together.
IT, can you? Yeah, IT says it's okay now.
I would like to say that my paper is titled From Crisis to Innovation, and it focuses on digital tools for inclusive home-based learning in Kenyan University. My name is Stanley Wagunya. I am from Mount Kenya University, where I'm taking a Master's in Arts, Monitoring and Evaluation. I'm also an affiliate student from University of Eldoret, where I started my undergraduate in applied statistics. I would like to note as follows in the background that when the COVID-19 happened, which is now the crisis that I'm referring to in my title, it happened, the lockdown happened overnight. Today, the students were in the university, but waking up the following day, they were not supposed to go to university classrooms or the lecture halls anymore. And most institutions were caught unaware. They were not, they were not completely unprepared, and they did not have the platforms. They also, the academic staff, most of them did not have the adequate ICT skills, and there were no support systems. The transition exposed a deep digital inequality across our country. Especially the rural, the low income and marginalized students were the mostly affected. The crisis revealed a big gap in our national digital policies and the actual readiness. In the problem statement, I will note as follows. Sorry, I didn't, okay, I'm there. That there was when it comes to access to devices and reliable internet, there was a very big gap, and a lot of inequalities were noted. Then I would also note that most lecturers had the tools, but not the digital teaching and lecturing skills. Also, I would note that under the problem statement, that our national digital policies look very strong on paper, but they are very weak when it comes to implementation. Students with disabilities and those in the rural areas were completely left behind during the crisis. The digital divide widened the learning inequality instead of closing it. In terms of my methodology, I would like to note that my paper was a qualitative desk review. I reviewed about 30 articles that had been published between 2020 and 2024. That mainly focused on digital learning in university education. In terms of findings, I will note as follows that about 29% of the student, most of the reviewed material noted that I tended to agree that around 29% of the students had they had laptops or personal computers, but the vast majority of university students did not have gadgets such as laptop. They only had mobile phones. I would also note that in terms of findings, that about 40% of rural students reported that they had unstable or no internet connectivity. Also, about 25% of student monthly income was spent in buying data to be able to connect online. In terms of findings on policy and readiness and coordination, I would note as that almost half of our universities lacked adequate ICT infrastructure as per the reviews, the reviews that were considered in this study. Less than 10% of our education funding, it's only less than 10% of our education funding in ICT that reached our education institution. Also, I would note that only 1 in 4 universities had an updated digital learning strategy. Result area number 2 is on faculty and student readiness, whereby about 60% of lecturers had never taught online before the pandemic came. Also, 55% of the students reported that digital fatigue reduced their motivation to attend digital learning sessions. And only 30% of faculty received structured digital pedagogy training. Another result area was, or another theme that emerged was on inclusion of marginalized groups. And I will note my result as follows, that 70% of students who had disabilities could not fully use the digital platform. Female students lost between 2 to 4 hours per day to domestic duties during home learning. Less than 5% of universities applied universal design accessibility features. Another theme that emerged from the reviewed paper was on innovation and emerging practice. In the result, I would note as follows that 65% of runners used mobile phones as their main running devices, which in a way limited what they were able to do. WhatsApp supported almost 50% of class communication and assignments. Hybrid learning adoption reached about 40% in public universities. That was as of by 2023. In terms of conclusion, I would note as follows that digital learning exposed deep access gaps. Policy ambition in Kenya was found to be very high, but there was very weak implementation. Faculty and students were not fully ready for online learning and teaching. Marginalized group, especially those from the extreme rural areas and also those who are disabled, faced the greatest exclusion when it comes to university, when we migrated to digital learning. Local innovations show strong potential for inclusive digital learning. In terms of recommendation, there is, I would my paper recommends that we need to invest in digital infrastructure and devices, train faculty in digital pedagogy, and we also need to adopt universal design for accessibility. We also need to strengthen our policy coordination and funding so that we can be able to offer higher learning in the digital platform. There is also need for local support, edtech, and hybrid learning models. I would like also to, as I close, I would like to acknowledge the conveners of the 10th Inter-University Consortium Africa Conference and also Mount Kenya University for giving me this opportunity. I also like to acknowledge Kyambogo University as the host. And thank you so much, all of you, for listening to me. I hope I have been able to keep time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Stanley. That is really well done in time. We will have some engagement with you at some point. But now I would like to invite the next presenter so that we actually have to end by 4:30, dear colleagues. And the next presenter is Victoria Mwendwa Njogu, who is talking about agribusiness innovations and value addition projects for sustainable livelihoods in ASAL regions, bridging knowledge, technology, and practice. Welcome with me, Victoria Mwendwa Njogu.
Thank you very much. I believe you can all agree with me that nothing brings people together like food. So we are just from actually having lunch, and people, when I would observe, I would see people conversing, people celebrating and making merry because our stomachs are full. So my name is Victoria from Mount Kenya University, from School of Business, Nairobi campus. So I would like to just engage us a little bit on this particular study on agribusiness, innovation, and value addition projects for sustainable livelihoods in ASAL regions. So let's just look at global statistics. So according to some research that was done, 1.3 billion food is lost annually on waste, and 2.3 billion people go hungry, whether it's moderate or severe hunger. So you can imagine we are wasting food and still we have people who are going hungry. So where is the imbalance? I think there was a presenter who came before me who was discussing about indigenous ways of preserving food. And I believe even what Professor said in the morning, that our mandate as institutions is to be able to collaborate to ensure that education and innovations and also practices in community align. So let's go to the next slide as I look at the introduction. So Kenya, the biggest percentage of Kenyan land is asal. Asal, it means that it's arid and semi-arid areas. And a lot of times you find that there's a percentage of population of 38% of the population is actually hosted by that particular land. So my area of study is a county called Kitui County, where is an ASAL county. I know there's a colleague who presented yesterday who talked about ASAL, and he was looking at a pastoralist, but this community is unique. Why? Because this particular community is agro-based community. They are not in pastoralism, but they do agro-based whereby they have some livestock and also they do some dry farming. So Asal region like community faces challenges of low productivity, limited tech access, and also weak markets. So the study explored integration of education, technology, and value addition that will promote sustainability. So this is in Vision of 2030 and also SDG 2, 4, and 8, and also 9. Next slide, please. So why we are looking at this particular county is because ASAL areas have persistent poverty and also food insecurity, because remember the climatical regions, because of maybe little or no rainfall. So there is also low adoption. That is also a problem there. There is low adoption of modern agricultural technology, and also weak coordination between education, innovation, and agribusiness, which now led me to actually study this particular, where there is a need for education-led, technology-driven, and agribusiness framework. Next slide, please. So as I guess, I get the slide, I can just go to objectives. So my study is based on these following objectives: to analyze the role of education and training institution in fostering innovation and agribusiness capacity in Kitui County, to evaluate how project-based learning and technology integration contribute to value addition and rural livelihood improvement, to propose a strategic framework that aligns inclusive education with agribusiness innovation for sustainable livelihoods. So that is what my study was based on. So the next was the theoretical framework. So this study is grounded on the three complementary frameworks, that is human capital, which highlights the role of education and skills, and also sustainable livelihoods approach, which focuses on resilient and has asset building and also agricultural innovation system models, which explains how collaboration among institutions, government, and also communities fosters innovation. So together, these particular frameworks they frame how education, technology, and value addition drive sustainable livelihoods in ASAL regions like Kitui. The methodology of the study, used descriptive desktop research design, whereby we analyzed the existing reports and the sources included credible institutions like FAO, UNDP, World Bank, and County Government of Kitui. So using the thematic content analysis approach, we were able to look at the patterns across the three areas of education, technology, integration, and also value addition, which was, of course, reliable through the triangulation. So that was the methodology. So the research findings show that innovation projects in Kitui, such as Kalundu processing units, QSO Solar Drying Initiative and Kitui Agricultural Training Center are already demonstrating the impact. The farmers' income rose by up to 35%, and there are stronger involvement of the youth and women in agribusiness. So digital tools and solar-powered technologies are transforming the production and marketing. So partnership between, for example, the TVETs, universities, and development agencies have been key drivers to this particular success. So these particular projects align with climate-smart agricultural goals that support income diversification in Kitui Asal environment. So they have a way of supplementing their income as well. So in conclusion, this research confirms that education is foundation of innovation, and when learning institutions collaborate with communities, theory becomes practice, and the practice drives sustainability. So Kitui is emerging as a model for ASAL, because as we look at even across the Africa, the biggest region actually is drylands. So it is also a model for the whole African continent. So through value addition and agri-tech. So, however, to be able to scale this success, we need better coordination among the governments, institutions, and private partners, as well as improved access to digital infrastructure. So the study recommends that at policy level, we recommend to have stronger linkages between education and agribusiness. Basically, mainstreaming agri-tech in county plans and expanding innovation financing for youth and women. Institutionally, university and TVET should adapt project-based learning and establish rural innovation hubs, like the hubs, some of the projects that I mentioned earlier. At the community level, cooperatives should be strengthened and be affordable, context-appropriate technologies promoting through public-private partnership. So continuous monitoring is also essential to track the progress and the impact of this particular institution. So as I conclude, I'll give a quote whereby it is said, or rather it was said, that education and innovation are true seeds of transformation. When planted in dry lands, they yield sustainable livelihoods. So I would like to acknowledge the consortium for giving me this particular opportunity, and also the various studies and the projects, the Kitui County and the various NGOs that have actually had projects that I drew my study from, and also the Mount Kenya University for bringing me here. And thank you, listeners, for listening to me. I appreciate.
Thank you very much, Victoria. And that was really well timed. At this point, I would like to welcome our third presenter this afternoon. And the third presenter who will actually introduce her study is Faith Njeria Ngure. I apologize if I haven't pronounced your name right.
It's
but
okay.
Start it from there. Thank you very much. IT, can you please sort us out?
Good afternoon. My name is Faith Njeri Ngure from Mount Kenya University. And I'm glad to be here. And I'll start by saying that we cannot not communicate. And the reason why I'll say we cannot not communicate, it's because I'm in the Department of Communication, where we train how to communicate, and it's not possible not to communicate. The difference only comes using to communicate and how you are communicating. You can communicate verbally, non-verbally, and by use of different channels of communication. And my presentation today is on Instagram social comparison behavior and inclusive digital participation, effects of content exposure among university students in Kenya. We can move on to the next slide, the introduction. Slide number 1. The next slide, please. Okay, the introduction. You will bear with me, or you will acknowledge that there is a lot of growth, especially in the technology. There is a lot of technological advancement, and the internet growth and social networks have reshaped our interaction, has reshaped also our self-expression, how we interact online, how we express ourselves. And Instagram has become a major space for youths, and most of the users are under the age of 35, and they are attracted by trends, lifestyle, and also popular culture. And you'll find that this rapid growth is internationally, and also we can see it even locally, with Nigeria, South Africa, and also Kenya recording about 3.6 million active users who are youths. And also internet, the Instagram has features like likes, comments, and posts that allows this interaction of youths, and also allows this self-expression and also self-presentation. Also, the Instagram is non-reciprocal, such that you can follow on people even without them knowing that you are really following up on them, or you are really viewing their content, or you are really watching whatever they are doing. And you find that as a result of these tools, you find that the youths are in a position to follow what is happening on Instagram. They are able to follow the content that is there. And as a result, they are comparing themselves upwardly or downwardly. And my study is dependent, or is founded on social comparative theory that talks about upward comparison and also downward comparison. And when we talk of upward comparison, it's where we compare ourselves, or we prefer, or we envy people who are above us. For instance, maybe one day I'll be the cabinet secretary in the Ministry of Education. I'm trying to envy someone who is above me. Also, you find that with a downward comparison, you feel that you are better than other people. You are better. So you are trying to compare yourself with people who are, you think that they are not, you are better than them. And therefore you find that as a result of Instagram exposure, you find that users are exposed to curated posts promoting idealized lifestyles and appearances, which is encouraging behavior and also distorting genuine relationships. And users share aspirational content to boost their confidence, but it often fuels envy and also self-doubt, which creates unhealthy engagement patterns, leading to validation seeking and also comparative evaluation, and also the fear of missing out tend to intensify as the youths look forward to being better, or when they think that they are better than the people that they follow online. Also, it leads to body images issue, a lot of social pressure, low self-esteem, and also feelings of inadequacy in the society. The objective of this study is to find out how Instagram content exposure affects the socio-comparative behavior and also inclusive digital participation among universities in Kenya. The study employed a descriptive quantitative research design, and the target population was 384 undergraduate students from the Kenyan universities, and the data was collected via online questionnaires as a way of trying to measure the frequency of comparison. The results found out that majority of youths aged between 18 to 24, and they had access to Instagram content, And also apart from that, the access to Instagram content declined with age. There was also significant link between age and social comparison. So the people who compared themselves, the youths, the people who compared themselves with others, or they were affected by the content as far as comparative behavior is concerned, they are those that aged between 18 and 24. And also females outnumbered the males. In addition, females were more active compared to males. Also, apart from that, on feelings on Instagram followers, the largest percentage they felt that they wanted to be better than those they followed, compared to those that felt they want to be like their followers. They really wanted to be better than those that they followed. And there was a significant difference in comparative emotions. Also, effects of Instagram comparison on self-esteem. Majority indicated that the content they got from Instagram indicated that it lowered their self-esteem other than boosting. In addition, or as I conclude, the study concludes that Instagram content exposure significantly influences social comparison behavior, self-esteem, and digital participation among university students in Kenya. The findings reveal that while the platform provides opportunities for creativity, self-expression, and also inclusion in digital spaces, it also reinforces unrealistic social standards that affect mental well-being and also self-perception. Instagram acts as a double-edged platform, enabling inclusive participation while simultaneously fostering exclusive through comparison driven culture and fear of missing out. My recommendations to the universities, they should integrate digital and media literacy training into student programs so as to help the learners critically analyze online content and also mitigate the psychological impacts of comparison behavior. And also institutions should enhance mental health services and also online wellness initiatives to help students manage anxiety and also self-esteem challenges arising as a result of using these social media platforms. My acknowledgement goes to Mount Kenya University for allowing me to travel all the way to Kenya to here, and also the organizers of these conference for organizing a conference and for allowing us to present our findings and also our research. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. That is really well managed time. And our next presenter is going to be Mwamburi. Are you here, Mwamburi? Mwamburi? Mwamburi, just to confirm. Oh, okay. So can we... Oh, she will present later. Okay, so can we move to Maria, the person representing Maria? Maria Wambui Mungara, Maslin Kamande, and Charles Chege have a paper on evaluating the uptake of e-mobility in Kenya as a green gas emission reduction strategy. And they are discussing the challenges and opportunities. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My slides are labeled Charles Chege, Kyambogo presentations. Okay, thank you once again for providing us with this opportunity. I am Charles Chege. My co-authors are Dr. Maria Mungara and Dr. Marceline Kamande. We are evaluating the consumer perception and adoption of electric mobility in Kenya. We agree that the issue of climate change is something that we cannot be able to live without. And in Kenya, it has been expected that due to in the introduction of electric vehicles, that there would be a high reception and people would easily convert to electric vehicles as compared to vehicles that use fossil fuels. But this has stagnated, and this is why we have decided to look into the perception of consumers into what is hindering the adoption or transition to electric vehicles. So first I'll take you through the background that is surrounding our research. So first, in the context of sub-Saharan Africa mobility, there is rapid urbanization in sub-Saharan Africa. There are challenges in mobility, especially brought about by the high air pollution, by the excretions from the vehicles that we use. And also, as it is in Kenya, there has been the issue of shifting to electric vehicles, as I have stated, but this is being seen by stagnation that we need to understand why, so that we can look at measures that can help to improve people shifting to electric vehicles. In the framework of the Kenyan policy on energy transition, the 2019 Act on Energy Act and the 2016 Act on Climate Change, Kenya seeks to reduce emissions, GHG emissions, by at least 30% by 2030, and also Kenya was aiming to achieve 5% of new vehicles being electric by 2025. And as we know, transport sector in Kenya contributes about to 13% of the total emissions that we get. The other thing is on the landscape of vehicles in Kenya. In 2018, we were able to import about 3.2 million vehicles, and we have observed that two-wheelers and three-wheelers are becoming more common in Kenya than the other vehicles. This is basically due to lower fuel consumption and also ease of movement when it comes to two and three-wheelers. 100,000 and 8,000 new motorcycles were registered in 2018 in Kenya, and shifting to e-mobility is likely to help us reduce the high rates of emissions in Kenya. Then rationale of e-mobility in sub-Saharan Africa. The issue of emissions from vehicles, together with the high levels of noise associated with these types of vehicles, especially motorcycles and the three-wheelers, which we usually call tuk-tuks, is very high in sub-Saharan Africa, and therefore there is need to shift, at least to help in terms of health condition. It is said that in sub-Saharan Africa, the highest percentage of contributors to deaths is through respiratory diseases. So this research is geared towards looking at how we can also improve the issue of health in sub-Saharan Africa. The other issue is on environmental impact and health impacts. Air pollution deaths in Kenya are about 21,000 annually, according to World Health Organization. And a motorcycle is likely to produce 10 times more pollution than a car, or compared to a car. Now, there is the issue of the Paris Agreement in targeted for 2026 that requires that we have about zero global net zero emissions. Then there is the Nairobi congestion cost that is estimated at about 18 billion annually. So all these things together push for research to be done in order to look at how we can reduce emissions. This background now brings us to what is actually the problem. The problem is the low shift from the vehicles that use fossil fuels to vehicles that use electric vehicles, because there are already measures that have been put to ensure that the electric vehicles are available. But then people are still staying in the former. So we need to understand actually why people are refusing to move to something that is more helpful, because as we'll see in some part of the results, people are feeling like the infrastructure is not enough to make them buy the vehicles, because they are going to struggle with other things that are associated with electric vehicles. So this study is attached to 5 main key SGDs and 2 other supporting SGDs, as is displayed. The objective of this study: from this problem then, we seek to achieve the following objectives: examine awareness of electric vehicles in Kenya around the Nairobi metropolitan area, analyze consumer perception, evaluate willingness to transit, and assess challenges and opportunities for e-mobility adoption. The methodology we have adopted was quantitative in a cross-sectional survey. We have provided a Google form that currently is, we are receiving responses even as at now. And therefore, this is still a research that is ongoing, and the findings I'm going to display are actually preliminary as we continue to receive more responses from the respondents. One key findings is barriers to e-mobility. About 36.8 of the responses that we have received show that limited charging stations are the problem, followed by high initial cost. Another key findings is opportunities for e-mobilities in Kenya. Cleaner environment seems to be the key driver to people adopting e-vehicles, and also reduced fuel imports costs and growth in innovation and startups. Then the public in general is optimistic on the future, with about 34.5% being optimistic that the future of e-mobility in Kenya is high. In recommendations, the first 3 are recommendations that we have already gathered from the data that we have already collected. And in the last 3 is the future, how we see this research for the future: adoption of predictive analytics in order to predict the requirement for infrastructure and cost, and spatial data analysis and smart infrastructure planning, as well as sentiment and opinion mining to be able to assess consumer belief and opinion about e-vehicles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charles Chege, for that well-timed presentation. And I would like to invite the next presenter. I just want to know, is Mwamburi back now? Not yet. Okay, so can I invite Sempija? Where are you? Is Sempija here? Proscovia Sempija. Okay, so now as we wait for the next set, I just want to confirm that is there someone online who I originally mentioned that was supposed to present? And I'm not mentioning your name. Please unmute and let me know, because our program is a little bit getting jumbled here and there. Anyone? Okay, so we have some comments though, members. Please can you display in case they are of interest to everyone? Otherwise, I would like soon. Yes, there is a hand up from Doctor. I can't read clearly from here, but can you go ahead? I see your hand up. Please go ahead and make your comment. because actually I was about to invite responses or engagement with the presentations that we have so far had as we wait for other colleagues to come in. So you might even be the first person to start this engagement.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm one of the presenters.
Oh, you are one of the presenters?
I am one of the presenters.
Okay.
I've been waiting since morning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
you are who again?
Thank you. Emmanuel Achidri.
Oh, yes. I mentioned your name earlier and I never got to get in touch with you, but I did. So, Emmanuel Achidri, please go ahead and make your presentation. And dear colleagues whose hands are up, you will speak after Emmanuel has made his 10 minutes presentation. I did mention your name, Emmanuel. Thank you very much for helping me to recognize you are online and ready. Please go ahead and start right now. Thank you.
A request for ICT support. I had sent my presentation.
ICT, can you please respond and display this? Thank you very much. Would you like to, in the meantime, introduce yourself and your study as ICT organized? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, members, for the opportunity. My name is Emmanuel Achidri Ileti, and from Uganda National Institute for Teacher Education, based in Kaliro. And the co-author is Joseph Rothemio from Kyambogo University. Our study topic is budget execution and academic staff research output, advancing inclusive education in teacher training institutes. And globally, the teacher training institutes, which we refer to here as TTIs, have been facing budget execution gaps, and this hinders the academic research outputs globally. Countries like US, UK have equal recorded shortfalls in budget execution towards research. And this has resulted into delayed funds release, funds merger, misallocations, and so on. A similar case in sub-Saharan Africa, the TTIs using program-based budgeting, but still they face funding delays, they face weak tracking and low stakeholder engagement. All these limit academic staff research output. A similar case is recorded in Uganda. The PowerPoint is not moving. In Uganda, the TTIs in Uganda still experience funding delays and underused research allocations, which all hinders the academic staff in their bid to book authorship, publications, and student supervision. In West Nile, where the study is, the case is similar. There is low output among the academic staff in terms of research authorship, publications, and presentations. This is due to budget execution inefficiencies. The problem statement: academic staff in institutions of higher learning in Uganda are required to teach, but at the same time produce new knowledge. And this new knowledge comes through research and publications. They are expected to publish in peer-reviewed journals. However, despite ongoing research efforts by the academic staff in the TTIs in our West Nile region, research output still remains
low in the areas of book authorship, journal publications, conference presentations, and student supervision. And this gap may be linked directly to weaknesses in budget execution. And this gap needs to be addressed if the research output among the lecturers is expected to increase. Therefore, our study seeks to examine the key four dimensions of budget execution and how they influence academic staff research output. Next slide. Our objective was to investigate the influence of budget execution on academic staff research outputs, and this in advancing inclusive education in teacher training institutes in West Nile. We had 4 specific objectives, which we are aligned with budget execution dimensions of release of funds, expenditure tracking, adjustment mechanisms, and stakeholder engagements, and how each of these 4 influence academic staff research outputs in advancing inclusive education in teacher training institutes. Next slide. Methodology. The study used a correlational research design, and it was quantitative approach that was used, the investigation. The target population comprised of comprised of accountants and academic staff from 5 TTIs in West Nile, Uganda. The sample size comprised of 104 of the respondents, which included 6 accountants and 98 academic staff. Data was collected through questionnaire survey, which was structured on a 5-point Likert scale. And it was validated, and reliability test was carried out. Data analysis, we used the SPSS to establish descriptive, correlational, and regression analysis. Also, ethical considerations were in place. Results of the study, the next slide. The demographic characteristics of respondents. The model percentage of respondents included 98 males, 47 who were aged between 36 and 49. 72 of the respondents had master's degrees, and 53 individuals were at the rank of lecturers and tutors. The level of academic staff research output in the TTIs in the following areas: book authorship had a mean of 2.21, article publication 2.51, conference presentation had 2.59. Then student supervision had the highest mean of 3.7. Overall, the mean for academic staff research output was found to be 2.75. The level of budget execution in the TTIs in West Nile revealed that the release of funds had a mean of 2.63, and it was the lowest, second lowest. Also, the stakeholder engagement had a mean of 2.57, which yielded the lowest, meaning that stakeholders are not fully engaged. All the stakeholders are not fully engaged in budget executions. And we had a model summary where the R square indicated 61.7% variations in academic research outputs coming from budget execution, meaning The remaining 38.3 were explained by other factors. This 65.7 yielded a strong relationship between budget execution and academic staff research output. The next slide, I am not seeing it clearly, but the regression coefficient, thank you, the regression coefficient to establish how each of the dimensions of budget execution influenced the academic staff research output was run, and the results revealed that objective 1, which was to test the release of funds, objective 2, which was to test expenditure tracking, and objective 4, which was to test stakeholder engagements, had a significant positive influence on academic staff research output. However, the third objective, which was on adjustment mechanism, had a positive and insignificant influence on academic research output.
Thank you,
So,
Achidri. You should be considering finishing.
Yes, please.
You should be concluding this presentation, and thank you very much. It is.
Yeah, thank
please
you.
conclude.
I will now go direct to the recommendations. From the study, it is recommended that in advancing inclusive education, teacher training institutes should ensure timely and adequate release of research funds to the academic staff. This will help them to strengthen their research activities. Number 2, reinforce expenditure tracking through conducting regular audits of finances. This will help to strengthen research activities among the lecturers. Thirdly, the TTIs should ensure flexible budget adjustments to allow reallocation of funds to prioritize academic research activities. And finally, strengthen participatory budgeting processes. All these should ensure research priorities for the academic staff.
I think that is a great way to end this.
Considered in the implementation and execution of budget, which will improve academic staff research output in the teacher training institutes in West Nile.
Thank you very much.
I
think we can't go beyond this. And I'm just, that is a great presentation. I would like now to invite Fidelis. Are you there, Fidelis? Please unmute Fidelis so that we get to communicate. Fidelis?
Yes, I'm there.
Very good. So Fidelis, after your 10 minutes presentation, we will get Lucy Achiro. And so can we have your presentation, Fidelis? Thank you very much. Please introduce it and let's move on in the interest of time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know that ICT support can project my slides or I do it from my end.
ICT can, ICT will. And please, ICT, can you do this? Good. I think we are ready to go.
Okay. Okay.
In the meantime, you can introduce yourself.
Okay. So I'm Fidelis Nekesa Samita. I'm from the University of Eldoret, Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry in the School of Science. So I'm going to give my presentation, which is entitled Bisbenzene isoquinoline alkaloids as potential anti-cancer agents. Now, I don't know, ICT, or okay, as potential anti-cancer agents. Okay, thank you. So maybe next slide. So I'll begin by giving an an outline of my presentation, which will be the one that was recommended by the consortium. Next. Now, in the introduction, we look at some stats on cancer, now what it is. So as we know, I believe most of us are affected in one way or another, because you know somebody who has suffered from cancer, somebody who's suffering, somebody who has gone because of this. So it's a term used to refer to a large group of diseases that can affect any part of the body, as you know. Sometimes we use the word malignant tumors, we call them neoplasms and all that. And normally the main thing that happens that makes it very difficult to treat is that sometimes these malignant tumors or the cancer cells spread to other parts of the body. And that's now where we hear of somebody being terminally ill. Now, there were about 20 million cases of cancer in the year 2022. Those are the latest statistics, which resulted in around 9.7 deaths. And then lung cancer is the leading in terms of incident and mortality. Sorry. Now, as a disease, it's the second most prevalent globally. And then its distribution is not even. We find that the countries that have low income levels are the ones that are most affected because of reasons that I believe most of us know. Next. The next slide. Okay. Now, until 2019, about 84% of the drugs that were used to treat cancer were of plant origin in some form. Either they were purely natural, or they are semi-synthetically modified, or they mimic natural products, or there are some kind of formulations from botanical sources. So now what does this tell us? That nature, and mainly plants, are such an important source from where we can source drugs that can combat some of these illnesses that continue to be a global health burden. Now, in the plants, we have what we call the bisbenzyl isoquinoline alkaloids. I'll call them BBIQ alkaloids. These are nitrogen-containing compounds. Now, and they normally have 2 BI units. I think we'll see them as we move along. Now, these compounds have been shown to possess anti-cancer properties, and we even have some that are in clinical use as anti-cancer agents against some cancers. Now, these BBIQs show a lot of, they have potential. They can help combat some of the challenges that come about when it comes to cancer management and also treatment. Now, as alkaloids, these BBIQs are normally mostly they occur in some specific families of plants, like for example, the Menispermaceae, the Babediceae, and all those that are listed there. So they are mainly in some particular classes or families of plants. Okay, next. Now, problem statement, mainly cancer as a disease, despite all the efforts that have been put in, we find that it still continues to be a major global health burden. Why? Because of a number of reasons. For example, we have what we call MDR, which is the multi-drug resistance. So we find that some cancers are resistant to treatment and on a number of drugs. Then we also have immune-related effects. For instance, we know that when somebody is undergoing cancer, the immunity really drops. So we have those kind of challenges. We also have high costs. And then we have toxicity of some of these treatments and so on. Now, objectives. Now, this work was a review. So the main objectives were to identify, the objectives were to identify plants in the genus Triclisa. Now, this Triclisa genus is in the family Menispermaceae, one of the families one of the genuses in that family. Now, the next is to highlight the anti-cancer potential of BBIQ alkaloids from these plants, and then also to identify the gaps that could be there, and also find out what else can be done. Besides what has been done, what else can we take up and do so that we can be able to contribute to this fight against cancer. Next. Maybe next. Okay, we have methodology. As I've said, it was a review, so mainly we used scientific search engines. I used relevant books, and also when coming to drawing the structures of the compounds, I drew using ChemDraw 15.0 software. Maybe next we go to the results. Now, in the results, it emerged that this genus Triclisa has about 20 plants in it, and mostly they occur in the tropics and subtropical regions. And then of those plants, there are only 5 from which BBIQ alkaloids have been isolated, and those that are listed there, we have Triclycia patens, Triclycia the phyla, and the rest. They're just 5. And then now from these 5, about 24 BBIQs have been isolated. And for the sake of this discussion, I will categorize the 24 into 3 groups. We have the first category, which is extensively studied. We have the second one, which is moderately studied. When I say moderate, it means that these compounds have been reported to have some anti-cancer properties against at least types of cancer. And the negative ones have been reported to have activity against 3 or more types of cancers. Then the last one are the ones that have not been investigated. These ones, in research, you find that there is no study that shows that they've been investigated in terms of anti-cancer potential. Now, I will only highlight, because of time, I'll highlight those that have been extensively studied. Now they are moving too fast. Now, but I can just maybe the previous one. Now, the first one, wow. Okay, I can conclude they have moved too fast. Now, maybe what I can just say, maybe conclude because of time, is that these plants are actually a rich source of BBIQ alkaloids with anti-cancer properties. Now, some of them, as I've said, have been extensively studied, some are moderately, some have not been explored. Now, we have some, for example, let me just highlight this topic we want to move. We have one that we call funkinolin and isocodendrin. Now, these ones have the efficacies that are comparable to conventional drugs. What does that mean? They have a lot of potential in terms of cancer management. And then we have others, for example, like isotetrandrine. Now, this one has the potential to reverse multi-drug resistance. So we find that they're really wide, and they can be able to combat some of the challenges that are associated with the cancer. Now, we also have others. I think next slide. There are others that are even have higher efficacy than the conventional drugs. Now, but it should be noted that if a compound has higher efficacy than a conventional drug, commonly it is normally in vitro, which means in a laboratory setup. It does not necessarily mean that when we go in vivo, it may be now setup, it will still have the same properties because there are many things that happen in a living system. For example, we have biochemical sometimes hinder or affect the way something works in a living system. So they might be this high, they can have high potency, but then it might not be the same in vivo. But what does this mean? There is we need to explore and find out if it's really in vitro. How is it in vivo? So those are avenues for further research. So that I identified maybe the next slide just to look at the recommendations. Now I suggest that there is need to modify the structures of these compounds, which can improve their potency. We require to do more comprehensive studies on some of the less explored and the unexplored alkaloids. Then there are also challenges I found out that there are some that have an issue with bioavailability when it comes to in vivo studies. So we need to find out how can we make these compounds more available in a living system. And then in addition, there needs to be extensive preclinical and clinical trials on these alkaloids so that we can see, can they be employed in the management of cancer, and this could help lessen the cancer burden. I think that is all. Thank you all for listening.
A great way to end. Thank you very much, and we're applauding you. The next presenter is Caroline Motai. Are you online, Caroline? Unmute Caroline, and I hope, do you have Caroline's presentation IT? Can I see your hand? Caroline Motai Pixley. Maybe you don't. Do you have Lucy Achiro's presentation? Lucy Achiro's hand is actually up. I can see you. So can we find and have Lucy make the next presentation, just in the interest of time? Lucy?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
I hope you can
We
hear
hear
me.
you loud and clear. You have 10 minutes to make your presentation. Thank you very much. Please start. Introduce yourself and your study.
Yes, I have shared my slides with the ICT team. So I kindly request them to project it for me, please. As they are working on it, once again, ladies and gentlemen, in your respective capacities, good evening. My name is Achiro Chan Lucy, and my co-author is Professor T. Sharon Raju. I am a research scholar, Department of Education in Andhra University in India, and I am pleased to present our work on the topic pedagogical practices for integrating indigenous knowledge systems in Ugandan public universities, a systematic review under the sub-theme indigenous knowledge systems in modern education. The next slide, please. Under the outline, I have my introduction. I'll be presenting the introduction, problem statement, objectives, methodology, results, conclusion, recommendations, and acknowledgements. And under the introduction, the integration of indigenous knowledge system into education represents a global movement towards decolonizing knowledge and promoting culturally relevant learning. Historically, Uganda's higher education system has been shaped by colonial thinking that mainly favored the Western knowledge while ignoring the indigenous knowledge. Now, when we talk of indigenous knowledge system, it refers to a community-based knowledge, beliefs, and practices developed through interaction with the environment, hence providing insights into the agriculture, health, and social life. This study adopted two theories, that is constructivist and decolonial theories. And the next slide, please. Contextually, Ugandan public universities are increasingly recognizing the need to embed indigenous knowledge system in their curricula to link the traditional knowledge with the modern education through pedagogical strategies, though pedagogical practices for this remain limited. Therefore, this study systematically reviewed pedagogical practices for integrating indigenous knowledge system in Ugandan public universities by assessing existing strategies, exploring the significance of diverse pedagogies, and examining the challenges lecturers face in implementing them. This study will address the issue of Sustainable Development Goal 4 about equity and relevant learning. Next slide, please. With the problem statement, though indigenous knowledge system is recognized as vital for contextual learning and sustainable development, university teaching remains dominated by Western models that distance learners from their cultural roots. This study examines how lecturers integrate indigenous knowledge system in Ugandan public universities, highlighting the teaching strategies, significance, and diverse pedagogies. Like I've said, if these issues are if they're not well handled, it will limit or slow down the progress of Sustainable Development Goal 4, which is on inclusiveness and relevant education. Under the objectives, the first objective is to assess the strategies for integrating indigenous knowledge system into public university classrooms in Uganda. The second one, to explore the significance of diverse pedagogies in integrating indigenous knowledge system into public university classrooms in Uganda. And lastly, to examine the challenges faced by lecturers in applying pedagogical strategies for integrating indigenous knowledge systems in public university classrooms in Uganda. Under the methodology, the study employed a qualitative systematic review design And this approach synthesized findings from qualitative method studies to identify recurring patterns and themes. It was guided by PRISMA framework. The review followed clearly defined phases: identification, screening, eligibility assessment, and inclusion to ensure transparency. Data were extracted, coded, and thematically analyzed. Results. Next slide. Now with this table, under the results, this table is just a sample of the results, which include more than 15 articles. And with the 15 articles, some of the literature we have got from scholarly search platforms like the ResearchGate, Scopus, Google Scholar, and also the study was done in different world regions like Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, among others. So this table is just a sample of the results, which include more than 15 articles. We can move to the conclusion. This conclusion is also presented in the alignment with the 3 objectives which you have already seen: the strategies, significance, and the challenges. And under the strategies, it is concluded that drawing on local knowledge, cultural practices, participatory learning, collaboration with indigenous knowledge holders, and the use of contextual materials, where the strategies under the significance is that indigenous knowledge system enhances engagement, and then also it enhances critical reflection and cultural identity. Under challenges, we have there is lack of training, and then also there is need for resources, and then there is also weak institutional structure. We can look at recommendation, please. Next slide. Under recommendation, the policies that promote cultural relevance and contextual learning, and then there is also need for collaboration with community knowledge, and then there is need for faculty training. Last slide, please. Yeah, thank you so much to the organizers of this event. I'm so sorry for being very fast. It's mainly because of the interest of time. I was meant to present in the morning hours, and now I have just been given an opportunity. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much,
and
Lucy, for
Professor Mayengo. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy, for this paper. We really have quite a number of these, and I can see that time is really running out for us. But can we have Dr. Chiwumbe and Dr. Macharia making their presentation in 10 minutes? And we see how to get on. Are you ready, Dr. Chiwumbe? And would you like to introduce yourself, Dr. Chiwumbe? Oh dear. So what do we have then? Chipsumbai. Okay. Can you speak? Or please unmute. Can you unmute Kipsumbai to let us know why his hand is up or her? I'm not sure who it is. Right, we don't seem to be getting the online presenters now. And we are also running late because this session is supposed...
Please, sir.
Yes, now...
Dr. Fomio, I'm available.
Okay.
Sir.
Okay, so let's have your presentation in the next 10 minutes. And I think this is the last presentation. We will be closing with this and going to the next activities. And I'm really sorry to those whose hands are up. I suppose they missed the morning presentations, but I'm afraid that time is not our ally now. We got to close and move to the next activities. So Kipsumbai introduce your presentation, and
Yes,
10
sir.
minutes on the dot, we shall be closing this presentation. Thank
Okay.
you. Please begin.
ICT support, please, quickly for Caroline Mutai, please, presentation there for ICT. I sent with ICT to ICT support. Is quickly for Caroline Mutai. For Caroline, presentation, please. ICT support. Okay. Stay. As they looked my presentation, as they share my presentation from the ICT support, I sent it earlier. Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Pixley Kipsumai. I am going to make the presentation for our team, Caroline, Lisi Mamburi, Tony Mudartim, and Esther Clare. We are from the University of Eldoret and Carlo, Kenya Career Livestock Research Organization, for the two colleagues. And our presentation was based on seasonal influence of organic and inorganic fertilizer on the population of soil pathogenic microorganisms in the tea rhizosphere in Kericho, Kenya. Next slide, please. You know, tea is tea coming. Next slide. Yeah, tea coming sinensis is a perennial crop. And being a perennial crop, we find that in rhizosphere, the area surrounding the root area is colonized by quite diverse microorganisms, which play several ways, living, nutrient cycling, plant for plant nutrition, and also they can intend also to have a plant pathogens. And these microorganisms, we find that some of them are pathogenic, and tea being a perennial crop and leaves being harvested, they require refreshment of soil and nutrients by addition of fertilizers, as being mentioned by several others. Next slide. And the addition of this soil, these fertilizers, sometimes they tend to influence the population of soil microorganisms by altering the soil chemistry or the soil pH and so on. Or sometimes these fertilizers also they tend to proliferate some of these pathogens. So long-term application of these fertilizers gives us this, what call a problem, because sometimes we don't know what is the long-term effect, because yes, we are interested in getting the good harvest, but what effect do they have on the soil pathogenic microorganisms? And the knowledge of this is scant in some areas, especially in Kericho. That's why we focused on this research. Next slide, please. So our objective was to determine the effects of these fertilizer regimes on the population on the recovery of these pathogenic microorganisms after the short rains, the long rains, and the dry season in Kericho. Next. So the methodology, this research was done in Kericho. Kericho is one of the tea growing areas in Kenya. It's, with the geographical position together there. And this research was superimposed in a nutrition, tea nutrition experiment. And therefore we came in to look at what happens to the what you call the soil pathogenic microorganisms during the dry season, which is February to March, wet season May to June, and the short season September to October. Next slide. Soil sampling was done on before or after, before the experiment, and then on each subsequent application
we applied different types of fertilizer. Next slide. We add the inorganic fertilizer, the NPK, what you call nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, 26, the ratio 26:5:5, and organic fertilizer, Pymix, as the first treatment. And then we have two foliar fertilizers which are used as what you call for top dressing, the Decamin Max and Technocap. And at 75 kilograms and 150 kilograms per hectare. Next slide. Next slide, please. So the fungal population was done by what you call by serial dilution, and then the pathogens identified, bacterial pathogens and fungal pathogens, and then the population was quantified after every in every season and after what we call top dressing, and it was quantified after identification of the pathogenic microorganisms. Then we used selective media to quantify the population subsequently after every sampling. Next slide. Next, please. So we found, quite a number of pathogens, but 4 of them, fungal pathogens, 4 of them with Celosia, Pseudocarpont, Clostridium amphocerum being pathogenic, and on the other hand, Pseudomonas and Xanthomonas being pathogenic. Next slide. These are some of the photos of the identified microorganisms. Next slide. Please. Next slide. These are some of the photos. Next slide. These are the fungal bacterial pathogens. Next slide. So in this, we found that in the effect of this on the pathogenic microorganisms is that recovery is that during the long range June, there was high recovery of fungal pathogens, especially there's Collectotrichum, followed by the Stolosia, and the least recovery was in what we call Fusarium species. Next slide. On conclusion, we found that this high influence of this pathogen this fertilizer on the fungal population, and organic fertilizer enhanced fungal and bacterial pathogens in the rhizosphere. Next slide. In the recommendation, we recommend that there is need for periodic what you call quantification, so that we monitor the build-up of the fungal population and bacterial population in the rhizosphere, and also there is need of balanced use of inorganic and organic fertilizer. So in acknowledgement, would like to thank CARRO, Tea Research Institute, Gerijo, for the sites and the University of Laureate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Keep Sumbai. Have I pronounced your name well?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, great. So, thank you very much for the presentation. While I had said earlier that we should be going, because there is posters out there, but then we have this presentation that, Tadeo, are you able to speak? Can you unmute and speak? Tadeo?
Yes, I am able to speak.
Very
Chair.
good. So can you do this presentation, introduce it, and make it in 10 minutes? Thank you very much, Tadeo.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me ask you the ICT to project. They have it there. But meanwhile, as they arrange, my name is Senyonjo Tadeo. I'm in Uganda Matters University. I have a presentation that I want to make. ICT, I believe you are trying to project it that side. I'm waiting for you so that I can start. Yeah. My name, as I said, Senyonjo Birungi Tadeo, and I have 2 co-authors, Dr. Musinguzi Simon Peter and Dr. Kavito Benedicto. And we are looking at climate change threats and their impact on the socio-economic condition
of subsistence cattle farmers in Nakasongola district using an agroecological response. Can we go to the next slide? ICT, next slide. In the interest of time, next slide, ICT. Yeah, that is the outline of the presentation. Next. The changes in climate are now a major threat to the subsistence cattle farmers world over, and the livelihood of the subsistence cattle farmers in Africa is also becoming worse due to most of them relying on natural resources for all their farming activities. And we observe that close to 98% of these farmers in Africa depend on rain-fed farming. And similarly in Uganda, the cattle farmers are also facing the same. We say to alleviate this situation, there are a lot of things that have been done by the government of Uganda. Where there's a crisis, they have come in to feed the cattle farmers. And Nakasongola, the largest part cattle corridor, they have done it. We continue to implement, and so far the farmers seem not to have coped with the situation. Continue. What is the problem? The subsistence cattle farmers in Uganda are prone to the changes in the world due to them being stuck in farming that intensely affect their negotiation of production decisions, management of knowledge, and also marketing. So these unpredictable climate conditions are made them remain stuck, and therefore the knowledge negotiation that is being applied is being disapproved. The purpose of the study, as you see it there, is to examine the impact of climate change and also using the agroecological perspective. And the objective one is to assess the bearing of the effects of climate change, as you have seen them there, and also look at the challenges in production, but also the challenges in socioeconomic. So the results, as you have seen in the table, click next. When we carried out to the study using the methodology that have been somehow there omitted, these were the findings. And as you see, there is an impact on the quality, poor quality, the poor markets, which are reflected by those percentages up down here where we have the problem of failure to pay the workers. Next, continue. Next slide. ICT, next slide. The implication of the study. This paper highlights the importance of applying agroecological methods in Nakasongola district to enable them better understand this challenge, also to the policy makers and the practitioners to help them to understand them. But also this paper, most important, ensures the promotion of SDG 2 on zero hunger by ensuring that we have safe food and nutritious food by all the people and promoting sustainable agriculture. So is in line with the goal number 13, which is to do with the fighting of climate change. In conclusion, it was found that adverse climate conditions due to climate change raise the cost of production, reduce productivity, the incomes and the status of farmers. So the farmers had also sickly cows. We recommend to government to control free grazing using agroecological lens perspective. We also recommend to government to set up more weather stations so that the farmers can access the timely weather conditions. We thank you, the university management, the conference organizing committee, ICT team, and all participants.
Thank you very much, Tadeo, for the presentation. I want to ask the colleagues in the House who might have a comment to make on the presentation we have had so far. If you have a comment to make, would you raise your hand just in case you have something to say, apart from the presenters? If you have a comment to make on any of the presentations with, yes, Dr.
Who have used the literature for investigating what they're investigating. As they hand in their papers for review, I'm glad the SDGs are coming out. But what is the new knowledge? Because today we were challenged that it's not just research for regurgitating, but it is research for new knowledge. I submit, Chair.
Thank you very much. That is a generic, apply to all the presenters, that research should really, that new knowledge that is generated by the study should be prominently brought out. Yes, next, would you like to introduce yourself? You mentioned your name so that, yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My name is Blasio Serakubambale from Rwenzori International University, Kasese, but also a PhD student from Busitama University here in Uganda. I have some comments on different presenters. There was one who was presenting about e-mobility adoption, some gentleman from Kenya. And he did mention that results have shown that it is possible, and there are possible alternatives for the e-mobility that are safe, only that communities have not adopted. So I was just wondering to what level has this research been disseminated, or how has the government been incorporated in terms of regulating the other bad means of transport so that the communities can adopt the new ones which have been discovered being very friendly to the environment. Are there any regulations? Have you engaged the government? What have you done so that you conclude that maybe the communities have not adopted, or they have deliberately, maybe they do not have the information? Because it is one thing having the publication and you have the results, and another thing that the community is aware of what you had. The second comment is on Dr. Kidri of budgeting. Dr. Kidri had a recommendation concerning the release of funds to researchers. But him being one of the researchers and a doctor, I think here in Kyambogo, I almost thought there is some kind of conflict of interest in his recommendation. I am not sure if he declared any kind of conflict of interest, because when you say funds should be released to researchers, and at the same time you were researching that very university, I do not understand. Maybe you should clear a few things on that. For now, that's what I could say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the people who are concerned are taking note. Do I have and I'm taking maybe one or two more comments as we really close this session. And thank you, dear colleagues. Any other comments? I actually, yes, the rapporteur, please.
Thank you, Chair. The first observation or comment is for Stanley Wanguya from Crisis to Innovation. I closely looked at the title of your study, the results and recommendation, and I kept wondering where innovation stand. I didn't see any innovation. Not in the recommendations, not even in the results. Another comment goes to e-mobility, electric mobility. Part of the results, you indicated a high initial cost and inadequate charging points. Did you think of any low intensity intervention? Remember, this mobility intervention are here to stay. Whether you like it or not, we are phasing away the other risky mobility system. So, in economies where we are constrained, as researchers, we have to think in terms of low intensity intervention. Lastly, for Adri from Kaliro, you are talking about research output, and part of your results indicate that research output are above average in West Nile TTIs. This is quite interesting. What are the qualifications of the instructors in those TTIs? It raises so many questions because many of them are diploma holders, degree holders, and a few of them have PhDs. Very few of them, less than even 1%. So it raises so many questions. Yes, when do they conduct research, given that their mandate is well known or limited to teaching and community outreach? You know? And where do they publish? Think critically. Thank you, Chair.
Right. As we move towards concluding, I just want to also make a few notes. Thank you all, dear colleagues who have sat in here, and the presenters for your sharing your research. I also took a few notes here which I might add to the conversation. And for Stanley, I'm just wondering, because a number of findings sound to me truisms. I would like to know if there are any places where the rural and urban contexts are equal in Africa here, for instance, where the opportunities in urban areas are equal to those in rural areas. So that is really out of question. Access to internet by people who are, have disability, or, I mean, those are truisms, and you might want to probe those ideas more deeply, in my view. And then I want to also move very fast to look at Faith Njeri Ngure. I think you had a beautiful study about Instagram, doing a social comparison, and while it was descriptive quantitative study, it actually went into using chi-square to get to the findings. So you want to ask yourself, where is the borderline between chi-square and descriptive statistics? That is something you might want to revisit and think about. And then I think I want also to move to Charles Chege is in the house. I think there was one of the either findings or conclusions where the uptake for e-mobility is projected to gain prominence in this context. But then the other findings are in conflict. The issue of high initial cost and the scarcity of charging points. And then, and I might also make a personal comment looking at a Ugandan context, and you might want to compare. In Uganda, there is new discoveries of oil and gas. And now, what about the political and the space that is, because you can't rule out the forces of government. If government has interests, then those interests have to be taken into consideration. My view here, we no longer have used vehicles imported, and that is a government policy, whether whatever. So some of these things are very important to reflect on more deeply. I think, yes, I also, we had Chiro talking about constructivism and constructivist and decolonial theories. I think this is interesting. By the way, as chair, I was intrigued because this is a field I'm also researching. And while constructivism is rooted in really scholars, originators, most of them root their research in a context that might be understood to be indigenous, but then combining it with the decolonial theory is interesting because decoloniality is itself entrenched in colonial logics. So it is something that needs deeper interrogation to bring out these theories, to be together, speaking to pedagogical approaches for integrating indigenous knowledge systems. I think, but the paper was quite interesting. And I don't want to hold you, dear colleagues, anymore. While the conversation was getting sweeter, we have sweeter activities happening in the poster display rooms. And I would like to thank you, all our presenters. I see there is a hand up, but I'm afraid I can't take on a paper. We are really very late, and I apologize. We tried to run, maybe I should report that we had 9 presentations while we were scheduled to have 8. So we have really done a great marathon, and I thank you all for being patient, and to our researchers for sharing their research. With that said, I would like to close this session. Thank you very much. Yes, I am given some information to pass on to ushers, organizers, members of the committee, that if you are online, there will be a meeting here in the auditorium 105 after the session in the poster display room. So you come here. If you are somewhere and you are just attending online, there is a meeting, please make sure you attend it immediately after that. Thank you very much.
Thunderbird University, knowledge and skills for service.
Dr. Wajir.
Please inappropriate use of technology. In other words, technology is not appropriately used.
If not appropriate to the use, for example, just give I go this technology, I mean, an industrial for they are not companies, they are not bad as we use it. For example, sometimes just in the they are converting the electronic free, where the navigation how we free is part. It's part of how we get how to watch television or watch video and try to get the action with that. That is the good. And then when the child is not done to use this technology to be able to the police child, you have the child outside the that the child, the religion, the child. If you are the child, mathematics, food, architecture, you will usually that what is lacking in our technique. Then there's another part that some of the comments already included this. This child, yes, content and the other is or sometimes survive that by the just getting all of that. As good as the corporate question. How? We and the guys study as how? How this technology should be appropriately used in order to create. I feel that should focus more on understanding our nature. Because for still there is nothing in the product, but how you see appropriate now is the issue. So that is my contribution. Focus on how to use this technology appropriately in order to create is executive for we have many applications. Okay, can you please class or professor for the since we do not have any sorry. And regarding how that reservation. Okay. So please for cutting up extension and provide all the contributions and for being attentive. I wish you a great day.
Oh, okay. That's like. Yes. Martin.